Okay, welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, July 12th, 2023. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item is for citizen input for items that are not on the agenda as public hearings. Is there any request to speak online? A hand raised feature. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda. A couple items today, some minutes.
So move.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes.
And I just want to thank Brenda for turning up the heat in our room. It was really cold when we first walked in here.
Cool nights and warm days. Okay, item number 6, 25-year service recognition. We want to thank you very much for Sarah Crosswhite and Megan Craig. So we're going to work through a little bit of comments here and celebrate your 25 years with the county. Please come join us up at the table if there's any comments you want to share. Yes, there you go. And go ahead and sit, and then we'll, as I say, a photo opportunity will be coming also. So great opportunities today. But we want to thank you very much. I mean, 25 years, this is exciting. The 911 district is just rocking and rolling these days. A lot of dynamics in our world, but want to thank you for your service and what you've done over the years of your career. And then, as I say, there may be another comment or two in the room for you also. So I see, Chief is here today.
Thank you. Good morning, County Commissioners. Megan, Sarah, my name is Devin Lewis, and I'm the Chief of Police at Redmond Police Department. Prior to that, I've been in law enforcement in Deschutes County for not quite 25 years, 24 years. But I've had the privilege to work with both of these two since my career started. And I have so many stories I could tell, but they've always been very calm and professional and supportive on the other end of the radio. And that's what, as law enforcement officers, we need. They've helped us out so many times. And it's just, when I saw the email from Nick that said 25 years, I couldn't believe it. First off, it's amazing how time flies. But where Sarah is, where she's brought 911 to, and where Megan is in helping train, the level of professionalism has just greatly increased over there. And I just wanted to say thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you for making that challenging drive down from Redmond to Bend.
Yeah, well,
You're not kidding.
during rush hour.
I know, the north end.
Yep. And as I say, there was invitation for other, is there anybody else online possibly? Okay, so we put the word out.
Yeah, Chair DeBone, and just for everybody's benefit, Sarah Crosswhite is our 911 director and Megan Craig is our 911 training
thank you.
manager. And I just want to take the moment, this moment as well, to recognize both of you and what an extraordinary experience it is to work with both of you and your dedication to serving our community for so long to this day. And we sort of look forward to in the future, many more years. I did receive a call this morning from Sisters Camp Sherman Fire Chief Roger Johnson, and he wanted me to extend his appreciation to both of you on behalf of the entire district. And he started just he was speaking so quickly, and he started listing everything that you've done to support them, to coordinate with them, to work with them, to serve our community. And it's like, well, I'm writing as fast as I possibly can, but I just can't capture everything because I know you've worked with him for many, many years. And he just, Megan, you have such a challenging job recruiting and training in this environment, and what is continuously changing with our workforce, and just extraordinary work. And Sarah, the director of the operations, and what you have achieved in your years in this capacity as well as before it's nothing short of remarkable. And you have the confidence of the user group, of the chiefs and I say the chiefs, but I'm also including the sheriff, the captains, and the entire team and the entire community. So thank you both so much for your service to the county and to our community.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I'd just like to thank you both for making it possible, or making it a reality that whenever people in our community need the fire department, law enforcement, behavioral health crisis workers, and other kinds of emergency services. You're always there to connect them to the services that they need urgently and promptly. And that makes an incredible difference to our community. So thank you for your work.
And personally, I'd just like to hear a little feedback. Did you all start almost the same day? Did you know each other before you applied? Were you connected at all? Okay, because I think that's really important to the rest of the story, how you have bonded over the years. And, our 911 is so critical. We have so many tourists that come to town every year, and what you have done, the incredible accomplishments, it's really remarkable. And I'm so glad you both started 25 years ago, and to see that in our incredibly challenging time right now with, being short a few people, that you have the commitment to the organization, and it's so appreciated.
Any words?
I feel blessed to have this as a career. 25 years ago, my dad called me and said, I heard this on the radio and I think you'd be a good fit. And so I applied, and here I am now. And, it's been amazing for me and my family. I love what I do still every day. I love the people I work with. It's a team, it's a family. So I'm just very thankful, and I look forward to finishing up my career here. So.
Great, thank you.
Same. I didn't even know what 911 was. It was back in the day of the newspaper, and there was a 911 ad and a post office job, and I tested for both and got this job offer first. And I think the first week we were like hooked. Like we'd be there super early. I remember Rick Silval used to say, "You can't come to work an hour early." But I want to. And he's like, "It's a 12-hour shift." And then we would go on right along to understand on our own time. I think we just both, it felt right. The job felt right. And we had a real, and I think Sarah did too, but for me, to be with someone in that moment where it really is the worst moment of their life, and to partner with them, get them to a point where they can help solve that situation and hopefully start with their own recovery for whatever it was. It felt like such an honor. And then like dispatching for our officers and deputies, we always wanted to be anticipating what they need next. And I think we both always have strived to do more than we needed to do. And for me, that connection and feeling part of something bigger has just been such a passion. My son is here, who I also, we both had children while on this job. It's just, it's part of who we are. It's part of our families. And I just love it. I'm so thankful. I still love coming to work.
Great.
Wow.
Well, Megan, I'm still carrying the cards, and I mention it all the time. So this is recruiting for 911 call takers and dispatchers, and it's always been critical for the last few years. But we're all partners in this also for the community.
And we see that and really appreciate it. I feel like you all have been very supportive, and also just other people, other agencies, other departments in Deschutes County. Like the more we interface and work with people, they'll call and say, "Hey, I met someone. Can you do this sit along? Can they come see it?" And we're all, I think, trying to do the same thing, which feels great to be part of.
Great. Well, thank you very much for your service. Opportunity for a photo. We have the professional photographer here in the room with us, so we'll come around and get a photo with you.
Stand right in the middle. All right, ready? Eyes open. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. There we go. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you're going to do something fun. Work.
That's true.
Thank you, guys. Is this your son? To be so proud of your mom.
Thanks for joining us. Just when we be first.
You don't want to be first. He doesn't want to be
First. Well, great way to start the meeting here. So congratulations and thank them for their service. At this time, item number 7, legislative session report. Concluding a legislative session, we've had professional support, Northwest Policy Advocates, Doug Riggs. Got to see you many times during the session in the Capitol. You did a great job just welcoming us and making a great presence for Deschutes County. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair DeBonne. For the record, Whitney Hale, Deputy County Administrator, and as you noted, Commissioner DeBonne, Doug Riggs, the county's lobbyist with Northwest Policy Advocates, is here today to provide an end of session report to the board. So today we'll hear outcomes from bills that the county tracked throughout the legislative session and a few other updates. So Doug, I'll turn things over to you.
Great. Thanks, Whitney. Members of the commission, I'm Doug Riggs on behalf of Northwest Policy Advocates. We really appreciate the opportunity to partner with the county. I want to say from the outset, what a great experience this has been so far in year one, both working with all three of you and also the staff. The staff has been invaluable. Nick and Whitney and Jen have coordinated very closely with the department heads. I've gotten great feedback. As you well know, counties are involved in an awful lot of different areas. And I felt like we knew and were familiar with a lot of those areas, but I had no idea how complicated some of these issues were. And so having the staff support from the staff members here in the room and online was invaluable. So I really appreciate that. I also just want to give a shout out to the staff who testified. Holly was here, I think, earlier and testified on behavioral health. We had Chris Doty testifying on transportation. The commissioners testified. That really is an important element. You know, having the technical experts come and share their information and their expertise with legislators was very important, especially in this session, where 30% of the legislators were brand new, and well over 60% had not served in an in-person legislative session, which is really hard to believe. Not that this was a fully in-person session because it was kind of a hybrid, but very interesting. So what I'm going to do is go through this presentation. If you need to stop me and ask questions, feel free. I'd be happy to answer questions either during the presentation or afterwards. I will say that there's an awful lot of information in this PowerPoint. We did that on purpose. I usually like to have fewer words and more pictures, but what I figured is I'd combine the end of session report with the PowerPoint. So some of the slides that have a lot of details and many, many words, I probably won't go over in great detail, but just to start out, I'll go to the first slide, mad dash to the finish, and the next slide 2. The session really crash landed on the last few days. It was a unique session. At the end of the day, I think if you look at it, you'll see that the legislature accomplished an awful lot. But it was a very rocky road to get to that point at the end with the walkout, an awful lot of personal strife and controversy between members that I hadn't seen before, especially in the Senate, went both ways. But at the end of the day, they ended up coming back into session. They passed over 300 bills in the last 2 weeks, many of them very important budget bills. And now they move into an interim and will come back next February, so fairly quickly. So next slide. I mentioned the 3 bills that did not move forward. Those were really it's a pretty unique situation when bills fail on the last day. The first time I've seen, I can't remember any bills failing on the last day, although I've been told that there have been sessions where one bill would fail on the last day. Usually by the time you get to the last day, it's greased. People have agreed to, what they're going to pass, and they vote on it quickly. But the Senate was in, and then they were recessed, and they were back in, then they were recessed. And the governor was in the back of the room trying to lobby on issues. And really the first bill on this list, House Bill 3414, which was the governor's top land use priority at the end of the session, was the bill that led to the chaos down the road on the next 2 bills. 3414 was a bill that would have created an enforcement office at DLCD to enforce state law against cities that were not complying with state housing law. Would also require variances of local ordinances on things like siding and building height and the colors of buildings. So it would have overridden local control on some of those issues. And then also included some land use authority for cities to expand into UGB without the standard process. And I think it was that last provision especially as it impacted an area, Stafford area around Westland, Tualatin, and Lake Oswego and Wilsonville, that really cratered the bill on the last day. That provision that overrode a locally agreed on intergovernmental agreement between those four cities, the county and metro, I think tipped the scales against the bill, and the governor's staff was unwilling to negotiate on that issue. So that issue doesn't affect Central Oregon at all, but it did affect the outcome of that bill. And, this is kind of a roundabout way until we get to our stuff, but what that did is that led to Senator Meek walking out. So then you had Republicans walked out, and then Senator Meek walked out. So you had bipartisan walkouts this session, and Senator Meek never came back. He was upset about the fact that his bill died. And so that cratered the next two bills, 3242, and which was a medical right to sue bill, and then 3013, which is would have slapped a $10 fee on every single prescription that county employees would have paid. So from a county perspective, I was happy to see 3013 go down. I think that's something that needs to go back to the drawing board. Imposing higher prescription costs on public employees is not good government from my perspective. So if you have a chronic condition and you have 5 or 6 medical prescriptions every month, are you paying $70 more or $80 or $90 more a month on your prescriptions? That doesn't make much sense from a financial standpoint. So anyone on a CCO plan, on a public plan, et cetera, would have been slapped with this. So at the end of the day, they did finish, they passed all the budgets, but I just think from a political science perspective, it's pretty interesting to take a look back at that final day and see what happened. So let's get into specific issues that affected Deschutes County. I direct you to the left side of the slide where it says success, because it's nice to talk about successes. At the end of the day, all the budgets passed. So the state moves into a balanced budget and an opportunity to spend a lot of money in a lot of different areas. Much of it goes through the state bureaucracy. So you will expect some of that money to not get out to the counties and to the public for 8 or 12 or 14 months, and probably with complicated 79-page RFPs, which I think the whole process needs to be updated. But be that as it may, budgets have passed. Our two major priorities for this session, number one was Senate Bill 644, and we'll get into that a little later. But that passed. The courthouse funding request passed. The ODOT fund exchange ended up getting through. Kudos again to Chris Doty and Commissioner Chang also testified on that. That was super helpful to have that local input to the committee. And then some of the behavioral health and public health funds that we talked about quite extensively over the session did get through, but not enough. And we'll go into that in more detail. Commissioner. Yeah. Okay. So a long-term issue, and I had to throw this in someplace, so I threw it in on this. There was the walkout. There are all sorts of divergent opinions from all sorts of sides on the walkout and how it should have gone down, what happened at the end of the session. At the end of the session, Senator Knopp came to an agreement with Senator Wagner to modify 2 of the bills that were in question. One was House Bill 2002, which is the abortion and gender bill. Second bill was House Bill 2005, which was the gun control bill. Both were modified in small ways, and about half of the senators who walked out came back in and continued participating. I will say the walkout was only a walkout from the Senate floor. If you were around the Senate, almost all the senators were still participating in committee meetings, committee hearings, committee work sessions, still taking meetings, but they were just not walking that 35 steps to the floor. And so the floor session for about 2.5 months did not continue. So what's the long-term impact of this? That's the $64,000 question. There will be a court challenge, and we'll see where the courts land on this. The sentiment inside the building is that the ballot measure was not well written, and that the ballot measure doesn't even identify the timelines and the requirements accurately as far as when someone files to run, what they're running for, when they're sworn in. And so there is some fairly significant speculation that elements of ballot measure 113 could be thrown out. And then the other question is whether or not the ballot measure is so unclear that it might allow the senators who have 10 unexcused absences to actually run again, and this would kick in after their next term. And this, so that's that'll be a legal question. And I'm not an attorney. I don't pretend to play one on TV or anyplace else, but it's kind of an interesting long-term question. So we'll look back on this. It'll be a historical moment that we'll read about.
Looking at that.
Yeah, go ahead.
list, looking at that list from the last slide, between Senator Knopf, Senator Findley, Senator Linthicum, I mean, that is a substantial amount. Is that all of Deschutes County, basically?
Yeah, Commissioner, correct. That all three would be covered. They all racked up the 10 unexcused absences that are referenced in the ballot measure. So conceivably they could. Now, it's interesting if you look at the list of senators who are on that list, several of them have indicated that they may not run again in any event. And there is fairly frequent turnover. So the impact would be on a smaller number than all 11 of them who racked up those numbers. 2 of the senators stayed in session. Senator Dick Anderson from the coast stayed, and Senator David Rock Smith, also from the South Coast, were in the session almost every day. There's also the question of unexcused absences. Senator Robinson has been ill all session, but was not given was given unexcused absences instead of excused absences. So that's going to be an interesting decision for the court to make as well. Just threw in a couple pictures here. I won't go into any great detail, but kind of illustrate some of the things that were happening. All of our representatives, I'm just going to give a shout out to the whole delegation. We're terrific to work with, had an open door policy. They and their staff, I think we had excellent staff for our senators, representatives. There wasn't a single time that I walked in and said, hey, I need 5 minutes with, Senator Knopp, I need 5 minutes with Rep. Levy. There wasn't a single time when they said, sorry, Doug, come back in 2 weeks. It was all like, yeah, I'll wait 15 minutes or come back tomorrow. And I think the 3 of you saw that as well when you were in the building. So the delegation worked very well together. On our issues, they put any partisan differences aside, and it was let's help Central Oregon. And that was really refreshing to see. Next slide. Just quickly, we had wins. I'll go into the next slide. The big win, I think, for the county, and we can feel really good about this, is the money that we got for the courthouse. The Ways and Means funding process is unpredictable, I would say. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to the decisions made by the Capital Construction Subcommittee. I had a colleague of mine say it's almost like they got blindfolded and the staff threw darts at a wall and decided what came out. I think in this case, we got funding and we got a higher percentage of our request than most requests got. Most requests were cut by 50 or 75%. We got about 65% of what we requested. I think this is a significant amount. And I think it was a bipartisan support from all of our delegation that made a difference. I mean, having Senator Knopp and Representative Krupp, both senior members and in important places, plus the rest of the delegation, Representative Reese Iverson supporting this in spite of the fact that she had a Kirk County courthouse request as well that didn't get funded. Representative Retschke, et cetera, really rowing the boat all in the same direction on this really helped. So it was a team effort on this, and the testimony the commissioners and the staff provided, I think, were invaluable.
Well, and we've already had some long-term forecasting work done by our finance folks. And I mean, this really just structurally sets our budget for, a nice long horizon. Not having these dollars would have really made a big difference in just the service level at Deschutes County. So it's really good that we've got these dollars that are coming. I don't think they're in hand yet, but they're on their way, it sounds like. Yeah.
And I will point out this is general fund money, which, it's kind of surprising. Usually courthouse funding is bonds. And there's a lag time in the issuance of the bonds. So you should have the money in hand, I think, relatively soon in terms of the state budget. And that'll, go into the account and rack up some interest, accrue some interest as well. So the 15 million might turn into a little more than 15 million over the long term. So,
and Doug, I also honestly want to recognize Judy Trigo, who had gone with me that Monday morning when we spoke with Senator Lieber, the fact that Senator Lieber and Judy, it was just a random, fortunate ask of someone to go with me, but they had a wonderful relationship and she listened to me. And I know Judge Crawford's probably never going to forgive me because we got the 15 million and they got zero. So anyway, I thank Representative Breeze Iverson for telling me the necessity to be there that Monday morning, the week that they were doing the allocations, because you had actually thought it would be, we would know by Sunday.
Mhm.
So thank goodness it took a couple extra days.
Right. Yeah, Commissioner, I think that input from, the public and from interested parties in the public really is important in the process. I mean, that's one thing I appreciate about the Oregon legislative process is that, there's an opportunity for the public to get involved. And especially this session, I was mentioning to Whitney, it was shocking to me the number of people who were not in the building in the Capitol. I mean, you were all there and the halls were empty a lot of the time. Our team was there every single day, but it was really shocking us the number of people who just kind of abandoned ship. Once the walkout happened, people said, oh, it's not important, we're not going to go. Deschutes County continued to go. The commissioners continued to go, the staff continued to go. Your team was there in the building every day. And I do think that made a difference at the end of the day. So, yeah. Next slide, ADU wildfires. Shout out to all of you. Commissioner Chang spent quite a bit of time with Senator Golden on this. I think that was very helpful, the relationship that he has with Senator Golden. Senator Golden was skeptical of a lot of these little fixes, and there were several bills on small little areas around the state. Most of them did not pass. This one passed. And as you all recall, we had a request to amend the bill when it got over the House. I was very worried about the request to amend the bill in the House because I was afraid of the timeline. When would a lockout occur and would it delay? That that turned out to be on our part prescient. We got the bill passed without changes, so it could be it wasn't a need for concurrence in the Senate, which would have delayed it a couple more weeks, which would have thrown us into the end of the session morass, and who knows what would happen. So we got it out, we got it to the governor, we got it signed into law, chapter 76, and it was effective on May 8th of 2023. Now, in talking to the staff, I think there's some rule considerations and discussions we're going to have with the agencies on this, but it's the intent is very clear. It's in statute, and I think we're going to be able to move forward. So that this was a great team effort. I also want to shout out to the AOC. AOC was very helpful on this. Lane County, their staff and their commissioners testified. So a good team effort. So real quickly, there are other issues that we tracked carefully. Obviously, the courthouse, ADU, ODOT fund exchange. We talked quite a bit during the early parts of the session on the Senate Bill 1013, which allows RVs on rural properties. Probably this is a Clackamas County proposal that might have some impact for us. 2527 came up kind of late, but we have 90 property owners in this wildlife habitat conservation management program.
Did you, when you said Clackamas County, were you referring to rural RVs or this next one?
The RVs.
Yeah. Okay. So can you put that in context then a little bit more?
Well, it was requested by Clackamas County, and it gives you a little additional flexibility to allow for RVs on rural properties.
Yeah. I mean, so Clackamas led that. I didn't understand.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Tootie Smith from the chair of Clackamas County was the main sponsor of the bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
That helps. I mean, good. That may be we could communicate with them and understand, okay, what's the context? Because as I say, it's going to be interesting here about how that evolves also.
Right. Yeah. Something to keep an eye
Got
on.
it. Doug, can I ask you, what's the process now that a bill like that has passed? I mean, will there be rulemaking before we can do things at the local level, or is it on to us now?
Commissioner, thanks for the question. I believe that there's going to be a rulemaking on this, but I'll check and we'll get back to Nick and Whitney on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nick might have some input.
Perhaps you're looking at me since I separately serve on the Land Conservation and Development Commission, and we'll receive our meeting packet tomorrow or Friday for our meeting in 2 weeks when they provide the legislative recap. And often they talk about in the legislative recap what rulemakings will be. So I'm not aware yet, but we'll know within probably the next 48 hours.
There we go.
Just a couple things budget wise that were really encouraging. There were several allocations for Deschutes County projects. The county was supportive of these projects in general, but they were really city asks. The North Point housing infrastructure request, $5.5 million. That's a significant amount. And it's also unusual. There were several dozen cities that asked for housing infrastructure funding. well, which to me is a no-brainer. I mean, if the priority is 36,000 units around the state, you cannot build housing without infrastructure. You need, streets and sidewalks and sewer and infrastructure. And I think this is one of the major failures of the Ways and Means Committee, is the failure to put together a housing infrastructure bonding package that would have funded a dozen or 24 of these programs around the state. Redmond got funded, but I can point to a dozen other city projects that would have accelerated housing development that did not get funded, which is baffling to me because they left close to $100 million in bonding capacity off the table. So there's a lot of bonding capacity that they had that they chose not to utilize. And they even said that in the final week of the session. And that's unusual with, the economic forecast and the lottery revenues going up. I would have expected that they would have taken more advantage of that. So that's one thing I think that people are suggesting on this 3414 issue. If it comes back for a special session or into the next session, include some bonding, and you probably lower the temperature of the city opposition to 3414 if you package that. But Redmond got theirs. They also got $3 million for a public safety center. Lapine got the $1.5 million infrastructure request funded. Those are very good things. That'll help the region. So. Yeah.
I was at the Sun River Lapine Economic Development Board yesterday, and that 1.5 million was mentioned, and that's going to be for a industrial building infrastructure. So not a incubator per se, but an incubator type building for small businesses. And that's that opportunity where just a little bit of development in the business park, and there's people wanting to move in, they just don't have the capacity to build their own building. So this could really get interesting.
Yep. Yeah, that had an interesting path. That request came from the city of Lapine. It got thrown in a larger package, and most of that larger package got funded, and as a result. But there were projects from around the state. It was a 20.
Well, and I wasn't following this. I just heard about it yesterday.
Yeah,
a couple days ago. But
good news. Yeah.
The 100 million of bonding capacity, is that something that can be deployed by the e-board, or will it take legislation like in the short session to utilize that?
Yeah, Commissioner, that's a great question. The e-board was given some bonding capacity in various areas, not the whole $97 million. And most bonding capacity would be done by the full session. So I would expect that if there was any significant package, it would either be done in a special session. For instance, if the governor calls a special session on 3414, the legislature could include some bonding authority. That's what I hope they would do. Or they could wait until 2024, which is right around the corner. It'll be here before you know it. Last thing I'll mention on this slide is that I give kudos to Representative Ken Hill, who's actually from Bend, but now represents the Beaverton, Washington County area. The Democrat chair of the Agriculture Committee, and Representative Mark Owens from Burns. Those two worked together amazingly over the last year and a half to put together a drought package that got about $20 million in general fund money, and then also some bonding capacity money. So it was, I think the total package was about 70 million. They wanted 180, they got 70. But included in the 20, so we got about over 10% of that 20 million in general fund, was 2.6 million for the juniper management stream restoration projects, which were amended. We amended significantly, worked with Water Watch and Sierra Club and other organizations to put some very careful sideboards on the package. For Deschutes County, it's a small allocation. It was prioritized based on the ability to have an impact. There's about $125,000 for the Deschutes Soil and Water Conservation District. Some of the other soil and water conservation districts get more. Crook County and Jefferson County get close to $1 million total. There's also money in here for COIC to fund grant opportunities to explore grants from the federal government and nonprofits, which are very interested in this work. So the goal is to get boots on the ground and to demonstrate impact and target areas have already been targeted for maximum impact. And we'll hopefully, see if we can replicate the success that the OSU study had recently. So I was very pleased about this at the end of the day. And the proof is in the pudding. So let's hopefully our soil and water conservation districts in Wheeler County, which also got a little bit of money, will demonstrate some success here.
We've got Levi Sawmill down in Lapine Business Park again, but he's already has a mountain of juniper logs out there. So I don't know exactly what the plan is. In fact, I want to talk to him. I don't know if you've heard anything, but there's a big supply just on the ground there. So there's already people thinking about, how do you move these logs and what's the highest and best use, I'm sure. So
The thing about juniper treatments is that 95% of the material that is being taken off the landscape is not sawmill size or grade material. So
yeah, it's not cost effective. I understand.
well, no, it's just the wrong dimensions to even mill to
Mhm.
make anything.
But the good news is the mayor of Lapine has a pelletizing machine that can make a ton of juniper pellets bagged.
Thing going.
Well, no, I just talked to him the other day about it. So I'm like, Daniel, we've got to get this out there going, for people that burn wood stoves all winter or whatever. So there's definitely, and then the good news is getting rid of the juniper actually helps the bitter brush for the deer. So, because then it will actually have the capacity to grow. So there's all these other consequences from this legislation. So thank you for fighting for it. I'm so glad you grew up on Klein Falls. So you see you've seen the difference over your lifetime.
Mhm.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah.
I think the really important thing that this particular piece of the drought package demonstrates is that to get juniper treatments done, you need to tap into the value of the public benefits that are provided, not look for commercial value, but which is very much the tail of the dog.
Yep. Yep. I agree. I think the biggest value of this project will be hopefully stream restoration in critical areas feeding into the larger tributaries, the creek and the Deschutes, White's Creek, et cetera. And if we can restore streams and stream flow, that's the number one goal. Hopefully we will get other benefits as well, sage grouse, mule deer, wildfire reduction, and then also potential biomass power production, clean biomass. And that's one thing that, we had long conversations with some of the Portland area Democrats on the committee about the improvements in biomass technology and scrubbers and cleaners and the opportunities there for producing clean power, clean renewable power. But you're right. I think the focus, and I really tried to take this back to, this is a water issue. Can we restore streams in critical areas and help all the associated benefits with that? So,
and if we want to deal with the hundreds of thousands of acres of post-European settlement juniper in Deschutes County, we should have much more of a focus on habitat and community wildfire protection.
Yep.
And that's when we would get more significant portions of dollars out of juniper treatments. I also just wanted to say, since you mentioned the drought package, that the drought package that Representatives Helm and Owens put together is going to provide tremendous benefits for Deschutes County in all kinds of ways: money for canal piping, money for and support for on-farm efficiency work. There's money to kind of increase capacity to do water recycling and water reuse, and huge opportunities with, essentially thousands of acre feet worth of water available from the city of Bend's wastewater treatment plant. So just an incredibly exciting package that will have huge impacts for our work in Deschutes County to conserve and then better share water.
yeah, Commissioner, I agree 100%. DRC has some significant allocations of funding. I'm excited about that. They'll be able to coordinate that with the Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative work. So I think it speaks to the really the partnership across interests in the basin that have been working collaboratively. So yeah, I hope to have Representative Helm and Representative Owens back here in the fall, and spending some time with the commission and spending time in Central Oregon to see what we're planning to do with the funding that they provided. So hopefully we'll get them back. Yeah. I've got several slides in here on behavioral health funding. Obviously, these slides violate the Doug Riggs 101 rule of presentations, which is if I can't read it on the screen, I probably shouldn't see it. And I can't read the words from here. I don't know if anyone else can read the words, but let me just say overall, there were, we worked very closely with the departments and AOCMH and, and a variety of parties in behavioral health. And I mentioned some of the things I think the legislature forgot and left behind. One was housing infrastructure. A second, really, it falls into the category of behavioral health and public health. Now, there was a significant behavioral health investment, and we can just flip through the next few screens, but there was $5 million for diversion programs, $2.9 million for the county
All those
risk,
words.
county risk pool, right? I'll leave it to you guys to put on your reading glasses and magnify this by 10 times to see all the details. But and there was a $50 million infrastructure allocation in the lottery bonding bill 5030. That's on page 10, no, page 13. Sorry, I can't even read the page numbers. So there is some investment in here, but the legislature did not fund one of the things that I think, a variety of the things that I think are the most important, which is all the behavioral health workforce. You can build as many buildings as you want, but if you can't staff them, if you're at 65% of your staff capacity, you can't take folks. And so that really is a problem. And the legislature left behind an awful lot on behavioral health workforce. They are also slow to allocate the money that they allocated. The agencies are slow to allocate the money that was appropriated in 2021, which is just now being RFP'd. That's 2 years down the road that House Bill 4379 or 50, whatever the number is. I'm not good with numbers. So there's a failure to invest, and then there's a time delay for the agencies to get the money out to the people like the county folks in public health and behavioral health who need the money. So this is one thing I won't go into great detail because it's too many words. But so we'll go on to slide 14. And again, I won't go into great details. I will point out that the impacts program was funded at $10 million. That was something that the staff and the department directors made a priority. And so we worked with a variety of folks on that. There's money in the OH budget for transitional care for managing homeless patients, released from the state hospital, et cetera. We'll go on to page 15. What will I point out on this? There's $22.7 million for the OHA crisis lines. That'll have an impact on the county. Residential investments. We can go on to the next slide is county fair money. Commissioner Adair raised this issue. The county will get a percentage of the county fair money set by the formula. I can't remember exactly what that number was.
It's $106,000. It's
Right.
up from 52,000.
Yeah.
It's like a little double plus.
Yeah. So that was good news and included in the Christmas tree bill. I will mention that there was also a Christmas shrub bill. This happens sometimes. They have a Christmas tree bill that has lots of ornaments, and then they say, "Oh, we forgot something." And this session they only decided they forgot one thing, so they had a little shrub with one little ornament, and that ornament was for the child abuse intervention centers. And there's a child abuse intervention center here in Central Oregon. They do really incredible work. And legislative fiscal office staff just got it wrong. They said that initially that they'd left $6 million aside because they didn't need $6 million. The existing budget was current services level. That was not correct. It took about a week and a half for my good friend Sabrina Riggs, who's a third cousin once removed, and the lobbyists for the child abuse centers to convince them that they were wrong, and they corrected it in the Christmas shrub bill. So yeah, it's both a Christmas tree and a Christmas shrub. I mentioned the wildlife habitat conservation management program. This is not something that we talked about much, but there are 90 landowners and property owners in Deschutes County who will benefit from the continuation of this program. Next slide. I'll mention CHIPS. The Oregon CHIPS bill, semiconductors bill, was a huge lift, very important for Oregon. The legislature at the end of the day extended the enterprise zone programs, created a new R&D tax credit, which had sunset in 2019, and allocated significant money for grants to companies who were planning for expansion of business in the semiconductor or chips arena. This is going to allow companies to draw down money from the Federal CHIPS Act, which is $55.2 billion. It's a gigantic amount of money. Oregon is 15% of tech manufacturing in the country. It's a higher percentage than our population would indicate. And we are an even higher percentage in things like production of the tooling that is used to produce the chips. So for instance, Lam, who we also work with, Lam Research in Terwilliger and Sherwood, is the number one producer of the manufacturing capacity for chip makers around the world, and they're based in Oregon. So Oregon really has a tremendous opportunity. Redmond in particular has set aside property and land for this opportunity. So I think that this little element right here, although it kind of flew under our radar a little bit, is going to be very beneficial for the county. I'll mention 988, the 988 Suicide Prevention Behavioral Health Crisis Line did get funded through House Bill 2757. That's a 50-cent tax on everyone's cell phone bill. That was quite controversial at the beginning of the session, but it was part of the deal that enabled the Senate Republicans to come back as they agreed to provide enough votes to pass that bill, and it did pass. There's an opioid harm reduction package that includes money and ballot measure 110 implementation. Housing and homeless money, I'll mention. Whitney, how am I doing on time?
You're doing great.
Okay, good. Good. There's a lot in here. JBAR-J is an example, benefited both through this allocation for homeless youth funding, and they will also benefit from an allocation made at the very end of the session in the Christmas tree bill for residential staff wage salaries. JBAR-J does excellent work in working with kids coming out of OYA. That is very complicated work, and you cannot hire master's level and bachelor's level clinicians to work with that difficult population at 15 and 16 bucks an hour, but that's what the state has been reimbursing. So there was a rate study, and the rates were increased. They'll draw down almost a equivalent amount of federal funding, and JBAR-J hopefully will get an increase to be able to pay staff what they really need to make to be able to do that very important work. Let's see, wildfires are already, lots of wildfire stuff, community safety things, transport. I can read the headlines, so that's a good thing. Employment of PERS, a bunch of things here you can take a look at. We can go on to page 20.
Previous slide, so
Yep.
slide 18, so the 3197, clear and objective standards, that's going to possibly tie us in a knot a little bit in our community development department, because we don't know how big of an effort that is, as in, oh, it sounds simple, let's just make it clear and objective. And it could really be complicated in just putting our code review together and getting something out the door.
Commissioner, I agree with you. We worked very closely with the Washington County folks, Aaron Doyle and the commission, to try to see if there was an opportunity to go even further on this bill. But this was as much as we could get for this session. And I think we'll have to plan on coming back on this issue, because I think you're right. It's going to take an awful lot of staff time to analyze and provide those standards and respond to potential development. And that's going to take staff time away from other applications. So it really is an issue we have to.
So, Peter Gutowski's in the room, and I don't know if we want to take any more comments on this, but the fact that we know it's coming, it's a big project. All counties, and I don't know, if cities and counties are going to be in the same spot, but counties, it's going to be a big push. We're not specifically focused on it right now for the next few months, but we know it's right on the horizon, then it's going to be a big effort. So, and it's just as a legislative item, it'll come around. Yeah, Peter, if you have a comment real quick. For the short session, if there's anything to edit or, just, it could be interesting.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. Staff and the board are well aware of House Bill 3197, the clear and objective standards. And for the public that's in attendance today and anyone who's watching online, the board provided direction to CDD to apply for a Department of Land Conservation Development, basically housing resource grant that if awarded could provide us with some resources to hire consultants to help us with this effort. But I anticipate, regardless of the grant, that AOC and several counties will continue to coordinate about this responsibility. We'll learn from each other and ultimately circle back to administration and the board about what we're learning and options for proceeding. So it's a big lift. And as Will Groves, our planning manager, has articulated quite well, we understand the importance of clear and objective housing now more than ever. It's just a matter of developing a work program and a timeline and assuring that there's adequate resources to complete the task. So lots to unpack there, but I think the board and staff are coordinating quite well, and the timeline is for completion is in the summer of 2025. So there's time to coordinate.
Mr. Chairman, the only question I have is, this does apply to rural accessory dwelling units, is that right? And so if so, that could come before the board sooner than maybe the other full package. Is that correct?
I mean,
Okay.
that's exactly right. Rural accessory dwelling units, which are allowed under Senate Bill 644, which Doug recapped. We were already, even before we were made more aware of the responsibilities stemming from the Clackamas County lawsuits, we understood the importance of clear and objective standards anyway for eligible property owners, just to provide I dare say, a streamlined approval process. You are correct. That is a requirement now for any county that wants to take advantage of 644, because those are eligible areas and exception areas, which are subject to HB 3197. So yeah, good point.
So I just support a little bit of conversation here, because as I say, next short session, there may be somebody saying, hey, if we change this, then we could make forward progress, because it could tie us in a knot possibly.
Yeah, commissioners, thanks, Peter. Yeah, keep me posted. And if there's something we need to work on for 2024 or 2025, we can certainly do that. I will say that, one of the things I really appreciated this session is working with some of the other counties. And I'll point out Lane County, Washington County, Clackamas County in particular, as well as our local counties, Crook and Jefferson County. But, Washington County's lobbyist and I talk, probably 25 times a day for about 2 weeks on this. She and I talked a couple Sunday afternoons, and it really was a matter of, okay, how much can we push this and risk 3197 not passing, because we would have risked 1,000 Friends of Oregon just scuttling the whole thing. So their urging was get what we can get at this point and move on, and we'll circle back. But I do think there is an awful lot of staff work that needs to be done, and we'll come back to the commission on that. So, other bills of interest, let's go one slide further. One slide, Kim, you're controlling this. Yeah. I'll point out one of the things we talked about early in the session was Senator Representative Levy's bill on distribution of foreclosed property revenue. That did pass 3,400. So the county will have the option to opt in and consider that if they so choose. Restorative justice communications are going to be confidential. That was something that staff had raised. Sale of homemade foods was the number 2 priority. We didn't talk about it much. I don't even remember why we talked about that, but an issue that came up. And then let's just talk real quickly about misses, and then I'll head up. I think that I kind of mentioned my overall impression. I mean, the session ended. It passed a lot of things. I cannot explain the allocation budget, decisions that were made. None of my colleagues can explain why certain things. I mean, for instance, the Mosaic clinic here in Bend had a request for a construction grant. It was not funded. They had a request for their Hood River clinic. It was not funded. But yet I could point to 7 or 8 things. There were a whole section in the Christmas tree bill funding dive bars in Portland under the guise of theaters, protecting theaters. I hate to say I've been to some of these bars that were funded, and I would never give them a penny for restoration. Dante's on Burnside is not the kind of bar I'd give money to, but there was an allocation of funding for Dante's on Burnside. So it's kind of hard to understand why decisions were made not to fund health clinics, but to fund upgrades of bars and restaurants in Portland. So, but that's above my pay grade. So anyway, so there were several misses. Then I think I'd say my big disappointment for the session, I think the county and my colleagues in the county world would agree that behavioral health is something that really needed a lot more investment. One of the things we talked about extensively was House Bill 3126, which was the co-chair in the House's bill to create regional centers to get kids out of the ER. A very important bill, only $11 million, would have leveraged federal money. But for some reason, the Senate would not go along with it. And so the Senate co-chair wouldn't go along with it. So it didn't get passed. And that makes no sense to me. It costs more to leave those kids in the ER. The emotional trauma of putting a kid in an ER is devastating. Those kids need to be in the right setting. And that Bill 3126 would have helped create centers like that at St. Charles and in Central Oregon and elsewhere. And that bill didn't pass. I don't know why. I can't explain that. It just makes no sense to me. But that's, at the end of the day, powers above me made those decisions, not us. So
Doug, we, for House Bill 3126, we talked about organizing St. Charles is ready and willing, working with our behavioral health division to host a tour for legislators to help them understand the issues related with emergency psychiatric needs, and the burden it places on our emergency departments, and how inappropriate a place that is to be trying to deal with kind of mid to long term psychiatric challenges for youth. The emergency department is there to keep you from dying in the very short term. So, we talked about doing a tour for local legislators. I think last time we spoke about this, I mentioned we should definitely invite Representative Sanchez, but hearing you say that there was actually opposition or obstructionism from certain people in the Senate, it makes me think, well, if we do a tour like this, we should absolutely invite whatever relevant senators there are who work on behavioral health issues or are on whatever appropriate committee members we need to, so that we can emphasize the need for these kinds of facilities.
yeah, Commissioner, I think that's an excellent idea. I've got it as one of the things we're going to try to work on. I'm scheduled to meet with Representative Sanchez in a couple of weeks, and that is going to be my number one item, is to invite her to come over here and personally meet with folks. And I think she'd be willing to do so. She has a background in this issue, which is another reason that some of these decisions surprise me. Her background is with NAYA, the Native American Youth and Family Association, based in Portland, but they work with all 9 indigenous tribes here in the state, and they're a fantastic nonprofit. They do great work, and she understands this. She's been in the child welfare world for a long time, so I think she'd welcome the opportunity to come over. So. Good idea.
So who would be the appropriate people in the Senate to?
Well, I think Senator Steiner, I think the co-chair, and the subcommittee co-chairs are Representative Valderrama from East Portland and Senator Winsve Campos from Beaverton, as well as the vice chair. I invite Senator Cedric Hayden over. He's over here a lot because he runs a wildfire and forest restoration business, so he's up in the woods quite a bit. So he'll come down from the mountain, probably with grease on his hands and a chainsaw in the back of his truck. But I'm sure he'd love to come visit us too.
Thank you.
Good. Let's go on to the next bill. The next page, which is another violation of the Doug Riggs 101 standards. So I apologize for this. I'm getting an F in my PowerPoint presentation production slide manner. So going to the next page, you can just see a lot of things that we would have liked to have seen. And these are bills not necessarily that we all supported. Some of these bills we had neutral on, but they were on our list as number 2s. So these are all the number 2s that did not pass. What you can see is an awful lot of bills did not pass. I'll give you one example. The Joint Committee on Transportation had 99 bills. They only got 16 of them out. So that's, not a high percentage. Let's go down, Kim, to engagements. Got a few pictures here of some of the great engagement that the commissioners did. I don't think a week went by that I didn't look down the hall and see one of you wandering in the building. I think that is fantastic. It really is important. We are geographically separated from the Capitol, and the fact that the 3 of you and the staff made the effort to come over on a regular basis and meet with not only our legislators, but also other legislators was super helpful. I mean, Commissioner Derry mentioned running into, Senator Lieber, the majority leader. Commissioner Chang, you talked to Senator Golden on a regular basis, and Commissioner DeBone,
No, I didn't run into her. I begged to talk to her. I wasn't running into
yeah,
her.
that's good.
Walking out of her meeting, and she gave me 3 minutes to walk down the hall
That's good.
and say my story about the courthouse. So
Some-
that was a beg.
sometimes those hallway conversations, unscheduled, unscripted, are the most valuable. I mean, I found that Friday mornings after Ways and Means, when no one else was in the building, were my best opportunity to get to a legislator. It was on either Ways and Means or Revenue. So very helpful. Kim, next slide. This is a quote from Senator Golden. And he was talking about Senate Bill 644. But you know, that's a good compliment for the way that the county explained and argued in favor of the ADU fix. So it's kudos to the staff and to the commission. And then, you know, I again, you can't read these. These are just the next 3 pages are just, you know, the top of a few of the letters that we sent, and those are helpful. And we would make copies and hand them out. So, and I will say those letters helped me and my team understand the issues as well too. So, you know, we always had something to refer to, and we lend our logo to letters as well, and that was helpful. So, looking ahead, and this will be my last slide, I promise. Then I'll shut up. I think number one, I mentioned this right off the top. Thank our delegation; they were fantastic, just terrific to deal with. I can't think of a single time that we needed help and I asked help and we didn't get help. In fact, oftentimes they were coming to me. You know, Rep Krupp called me up once at 6:30 in the morning. Hey, Doug, this is coming up. How can we help? So very helpful. We need to get into the relatively quickly into identifying any really urgent issues that need to be dealt with in 2024. The deadline for submitting a note to legislative council is September. I would anticipate the legislators again will have a limit to the number of bills, probably 2 in the House and maybe 1 or 2 in the Senate. So they're going to have to make decisions on what are the 2 most important priorities for them in 2024. That's a pretty limited issue. So if there's something we need fixed, we ought to identify that next 3 or 4 weeks. We need to invite the delegation to come in and meet with us at some point. We'll talk with staff about how we might do that if they want to come in individually or do a lunch or something of that nature. You know, I think it's important to continue working with the governor. I think she and her staff took a little bit of time to get their feet on the ground and figure out how to deal in this new role as not being the speaker and being the governor. But the governor and her staff played an outsized role in a lot of these bills, things like 3414, et cetera. Homelessness, the packages are something I haven't mentioned, but that's kind of a new thing to prioritize packages. I think that will be a thing that will go forward. So, you know, I'm already talking with AOC and LOC. Is there a housing package, you know, that could contain a variety of things that might help cities and counties with housing issues? So, really wanted to continue to work in coordinating with our fellow counties and our other organizations in Central Oregon, like DRC, like EDCO, you know, other organizations. I think there's strength in numbers. And when we work together with our behavioral health partners and our community partners like JBARJ, et cetera, we can be allies to them and they can be allies to us. And so I really want to develop those relationships that we've started to plant. Interim legislative hearings will be coming up. There's no e-board scheduled in September, and I've been told that there won't be an e-board, so they don't plan to make funding decisions in September. They actually like to put off funding decisions until 2024. I think they'll have a lot of pressure to come back and make some adjustments in the November e-board. So September, November, January will be interim hearings. That's a good opportunity for us to tee up any issues we want addressed in 2024, because by the time we get to 2024, they have 8 days to hear and pass any bills that a committee has and get it on to the next committee. And then here we go. Great minds think alike. I think you mentioned this earlier, Commissioner Chang, but I actually have this Representative Sanchez on 3126, invite her to come here, behavioral health, public health. And then I've spoken with, I think, all 3 of you about the early discussions. We're talking about having some sort of a Central Oregon Summit in the October timeframe, much like they have the Coastal Caucus, the Eastern Oregon Summit, maybe start a Central Oregon Summit every couple of years and invite legislators from around the state to come. I've already had some West Side legislators say, hey, I'd like to come over to Central Oregon. So great, we'd love to have you.
We could do a nice social / business type event, barbecue or whatever. You know, I'd like to do that. Get some people to just together to, you know, communicate.
Yep. I think there'd be a good opportunity.
Let's have it before it starts snowing.
Right.
September's nice.
Yes, September.
Yep.
Well, September's really pretty booked, but maybe the 1st of October.
There you go. And then there's the first snowstorm, the second week of October.
Yeah.
One other legislator I'd flag for you is Representative Pham, Confom, who's, I forget exactly what her role is, but you know, in natural resources, ways and I think she's the
Vice Chair.
one of the co-chairs of the Joint Ways and Means Subcommittee on Natural Resource, something like that. I had a number of discussions with her about both the drought package and funds for everything from wildlife crossings to community wildfire protection measures and fuels reduction dollars and things like that. So I think she would be, you know, she's made a trip over here before to talk about transportation stuff. I think she would be open to coming over to talk about some of the drought and wildfire issues that we face and what the legislature can be doing in terms of dollars to help.
Yeah, we'll add her to the list. I think
Mhm.
I had a number of conversations with her this session and very productive. And she asked very detailed questions and asked for a lot of information. And I had to do my homework a couple times over the weekend and dig up some stuff and take it back into her on Mondays and Tuesdays. But I appreciate that approach that she's very diligent and thoughtful. That's so
Just a quick question. Are you, I didn't see it on the to-do list, but we are hearing that there may be a special session on 3414. Is that likely or not? And then if so, the kind of the parties that are helping craft whatever that new bill may be, just given the governor's emphasis on housing.
Yeah, Nick, good question. I initially didn't think that there would be a special session, but in the last 24 hours, I have been hearing the same thing. It's up to the governor. I think if she calls something, she will probably call something around legislative days, so they would already be there. So she'd pick a day, and it would have to be something where they had agreed ahead of time. And I'll also say that they're going to have to be willing. The governor's going to have to be willing to make some additions and concessions on that bill. I mean, it really divided. It divided the Democrats. They had all the environmental groups opposed to it at the end. And then by bringing in by overriding a local intergovernmental agreement, then you add those legislators from that area opposed to it. And by not including housing infrastructure, you didn't pick up some positive support. So I think there's a path to get there. I don't think personally, having worked on land use for 25 years, that 3414 is the panacea and the silver bullet that's going to solve our land availability issues. I just think adding more oversight, excuse me, on the DLCD is nice to have maybe, but it's not going to really break the floodgates. So I think there are other areas that could be added to the bill to really accomplish the goals of the governor. And I hope that they'd listen.
Well, I had a conversation with Dave Honeycutt Friday afternoon. I was amazed when I called at 3 that he was working, and he really felt that they would be doing something. And I explained to him, we've been asking the governor for help doing a sanction camp outside the UGB with some of our homeless, actually sanctioned, monitored rules, et cetera. And he felt like he could put that part of into the legislation of the housing. So I was really happy. I talked to him. He thanks the governor. And according to the Willamette Weekly, if you want to read an interesting article about this, I think she'll try and bring it back.
Yeah, I'd heard that the Willamette Week was going to run an article. I think you're right. And, the key parties in this bill were the home builders, realtors, which are represented by the same person, Jody Hack and John.
Jody.
And then David Honeycutt, Representative Helfrich from Hood River, was a key, and the governor's staff, Bob Livingston, the legislative director, and the governor were in the building the last 4 days of the session. So the governor spent more time in the Capitol in this one bill in the last 4 days than she'd spent pretty much the entire session in the building. It didn't have the outcome that she wanted, though. So I think she will probably try to come back.
And I really have to mention, it's really disappointing that bill with asking for 11 million for juvenile help, mental health. It's really sad, but even a more relevant thing is that Rimrock runs a program in Prineville for youth. And they, I think, have a 24-bed capacity. I haven't talked to them in the last month or two, but they were only able to run it for 6 teenagers, they don't have enough staff. And that's something that's here, and we need the staff, we desperately need to help people, programs like Rimrock have the funding, have the capacity to staff that. It's, that's only a quarter of their capacity. I mean, and they're here.
Commissioner, you're speaking to my heart here because as you know, I work on a lot of kids issues and children's issues. And I think that the legislature really has failed miserably in the last 15 years on kids issues. And what's the impact? We see the impact every day. It's the adults who are now homeless on our streets between the ages of 25 and 40 who needed services over the last 15 years and did not get services because the legislature in 2009 and 2011 cut kids programs to the bone. They eliminated the Children and Families Commission. This county had a fantastic functioning Children and Families Commission that would take their $3 or $4 million in block grant money for a variety of programs from the state and turn that $3.4 million into 9 or 10 or 12 programs. They had a homeless youth program, and county after county around the state, when those funds were eliminated, and you lost the opportunity to leverage and to coordinate with the 13-member commission. Tammy Bainey was the executive director, as you recall, and Gene Wisnett was the chair. That commission, like others around the state, was really the bedrock in working in the child welfare system and keeping kids and helping families. And that was just a tragic decision made in 2011 by the legislature at the request of the governor at the time to eliminate the system. And they've spent the last 15 years trying to rebuild the 0 to 6 for now the early learning department. But I agree with you 100%. We are in this homeless crisis, and other states are up and down the West Coast did the same thing. They eliminated children's programs and eliminated funding for rates that paid for staff salaries. So you couldn't hire staff. You can't hire a master's level staff for in 2016, the state was reimbursing at $10.40 and $12.60 an hour. That's pathetic. So anyway, I digress here, but you got me on my soapbox.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we're kind of out of time for this item now.
If I could just flag one more thing for House Bill 3414, Doug, if it comes back, when it comes back, and there's more discussions specifically about this one-time urban growth boundary expansion piece, I think we would want to look very carefully at the way that would play out for each of the cities in Deschutes County. But I can say that for the city of Bend, the Board of Commissioners, we have done hundreds, or we've either completed or in the process of completing hundreds of acres of comp plan amendment and rezones right on the edge of the city of Bend, on the eastern edge of the city of Bend, lands that actually would be extremely appropriate to bring into the urban growth boundary, lands that were part of the 2006-7-ish urban growth boundary expansion request that were rejected because they were EFU zoned lands, but now they're not EFU zoned lands anymore. So that kind of one-time opportunity to bring in some lands into the urban growth boundary, I think is actually something that I would support, at least in the case of these specific lands on the immediate edge of the city of Bend. And I think, when you dig into a specific example like that, and you can describe the characteristics of the land and kind of the growth trajectory of the city, that you could get a lot of people who believe in smart growth to support that as well.
Thanks.
So as if there's state level kind of negotiating and kind of deliberating and working on this package, that's something that I think this community could contribute to the discussion.
Thanks. That's helpful.
Great.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for running over time.
Not a problem. Great partnership. Lots of information to share back and forth here today. Anything else, Whitney? Or?
No, we'll coordinate directly with Doug on potential timeline for developing any 2024 priorities and be back in front of the board to sort of start to have those discussions. But just on the staff level, I want to say thank you to Doug and Doug's team. He's been incredibly available and responsive. And I think at the staff level, we've really enjoyed his support and his guidance in how we advance the board's legislative priorities this session. So thank you, Doug.
Thanks, Whitney.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Good to see you soon.
Mm-hmm. Item number 8, public hearing to consider transferring a jurisdiction of a portion of Bear Creek Road to the city of Bend. I see Cody's joining us. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. For the record, Cody Smith, County Engineer, Assistant Director, Deschutes County Road Department, coming to you from the Road Department campus over here. This morning, we're going to be holding a public hearing regarding the jurisdictional transfer of a portion of Bear Creek Road to the city of Bend. I'm going to share my screen now and start my presentation. Okay, so the brief agenda for my presentation this morning. I'm going to provide some background information on this matter, provide the board with the road department's recommendation. I'm then going to ask the board chair to open a public hearing regarding the proposed order for jurisdictional transfer. Then going to ask the board, subject to the public hearing, to consider adoption of order number 2023-022. So in regards to background information, the revised joint management agreement regarding the area within the Bend Urban Growth Boundary, or JMA, between the city of Bend and Deschutes County requires a transfer of jurisdictional authority of all county road rights of way that are annexed by the city. ORS 373.270 provides the procedure for transferring jurisdiction over county roads within a city to that city. The general process is the city, and also per our joint management agreement, the city will provide a formal request to the county for jurisdictional transfer. The county will hold a public hearing regarding the matter, and then the county would adopt an order to surrender jurisdiction to the city. So the city of Bend has recently annexed territory within the UGB associated with the Parkside Place Master Plan Development with City of Bend Ordinance number NS-2467. The annexed territory includes approximately a quarter-mile portion of Bear Creek Road. With the annexation ordinance, the city has also made requests for jurisdictional transfer. So looking at a map, here we are on the east side of town. This property is sandwiched in between Highway 20 and Bear Creek Road. The annexed territory is highlighted there in blue, and the segment of road we're talking about today is outlined there in red. So up to today, road department has not received any public comments regarding this matter. So with that, the road department recommends that the Board of County Commissioners adopt order number 2023-022. With adoption of this order, the subject road segment would become City of Bend Road, effective at midnight tonight. So with that, at this time, I'd request that the board chair open the public hearing on this matter. And then after the public hearing and any public testimony that's been given this morning, and subject to that testimony, I request that the board chair close the public hearing and the board consider adoption of order number 2023-022, which would complete these proceedings. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the board chair. My apologies. I seem to be having some audio issues, so I can't hear anything happening in the room.
Things are working well here. Okay, keep on
Okay.
rolling. Is there anybody online with a raised hand feature on this topic? Seeing none, at this time, the public hearing will be closed. So this is the topic, as I say, of Bear Creek Road transfer to the city of Bend. Is there any discussion or a motion?
I'll move approval of order number 2023-022, transferring jurisdiction of a portion of Bear Creek Road to the city of Bend.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. There we go. Cody, were you able to follow that?
I heard that part. Yep.
Okay, good. So it's been completed. So that we'll get it signed and it'll be as of midnight tonight. Is that what it is?
That's what it said.
July 13th.
Great. Thank you.
Have a great day. Okay, put us right back on schedule. So next item number 9, a public hearing on destination resort text amendment.
We get new ones? Thank you.
More paper.
This is already my 5 pound.
I know. I didn't stack the other one up. So we do have requests to speak on this matter. If anybody else would like to speak, please, fill out the blue form. All right. We'll go through a little bit of procedure to get this started here today.
And I'm just joining as a panelist just to share my screen here. But for the record, I'm Tarek Rawlings. I'm a senior transportation planner with Deschutes County. And today we have a public hearing before you. I'm going to share my screen here really quickly. And I believe the chair has a highlighted script. So we're going to be kind of following from that from the top, if you wouldn't mind starting us off.
So this is the time and place set for hearing on file number 247-22-835-TA concerning proposed legislative text amendments to Deschutes County's destination resort combining zone initiated by the applicant, Central Oregon Land Watch.
Thank you very much, Chair DeBone.
Welcome.
Just moving into procedure here. The Board of County Commissioners will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, and consider the testimony submitted at this hearing. The hearing is also being recorded. The board may make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date certain, or leave the written record open for a specified period of time. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff will give a report on this issue. We will then open the hearing to all present and ask people to present testimony at one of the tables or at the podium. You can also provide the commission with a copy of written testimony. Record materials may be viewed at the project website shown on the screen here. It's been kind of the project website attached to this since the file creation. This is a hybrid hearing with both in-person and remote participation. Before starting your testimony, please provide your first and last name as well as your mailing address. I'll note that the board has established time limits for testimony. The applicant will have 30 minutes. Agencies will have 10 minutes. Members of the public will have 3 minutes, and the applicant will have 10 minutes for rebuttal. If you are participating in person, please fill out a blue sign-in sheet and submit to the board secretary at the side of the room. You'll then be called up to the table to provide your testimony. For remote participants, please indicate if you'd like to provide testimony by using the raise hand button in Zoom or by dialing *9 if you're participating via phone. The chair will then call on participants with hands raised to provide testimony. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please direct your question to the chair after being recognized. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has written testimony to submit, please hand it to me. If you're in person, please submit your written testimony to me after your testimony. If you're participating remotely, you can submit your written testimony via email to me at tarek.rawlings@deschutes.org, which is shown on the screen here. The chair and staff are responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Prior to the commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflict of interest. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide the issue. At this time, do any members of the commission need to set forth any information that may be perceived as a conflict of interest?
So this is a legislative matter opposed to a quasi judicial, but we will go through this process. So does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of the same and whether you can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose. I believe I can proceed.
I have nothing to disclose and I can proceed.
And I have nothing to disclose and I believe I can proceed also. Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on the ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts of interest? As no challenges are presented, or was there anybody online, just making sure, a little procedure, just a raised hand feature during this process, we'll look for it. So yeah, for anybody online, this is an opportunity to challenge or question us as a hearing spotter before we do the public hearing. So just making sure people online understand that at this time. So as no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anybody have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Seeing none in the room and being informed online, the hearing is now open and staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just beginning with a quick report. The proposal here, again, is a legislative text amendment to the county's destination resort combining zone, which is found in Titles 18 and Title 19 of the county code. Specifically, the two main areas of change. One is in Title 18, Section 113, which is the destination resort combining zone, as well as Title 19, Section 106, which is a corresponding Title 19 section for destination resorts. The proposal would add language from Oregon Revised Statute 197.455, subsection 1, subsection A, which in summary limits the type of destination resorts allowed within 24 air miles of urban growth boundaries that have populations of at least 100,000. This is the full text of the law here, the ORS 197.455, and really it's limiting in that any of those resorts proposed within 24 air miles of a population center with at least 100,000 are limited in the types of housing they can provide, in that housing must be provided only for staff and management of the resort. A little bit of background. This was applicant initiated by Central Oregon Land Watch, which is a local nonprofit. We sent notice to the Department of Land Conservation and Development on January 11th of 2023. We sent notice to the relevant agency partners on January 18th of 2023. And then we sent individual notice to all property owners affected by that destination resort combining zone on January 23rd, which is commonly referred to as a Measure 56 mailing. There was also notice of the board's public hearing published in Ben Bulletin on May 12th, and then some changes were made to that notice. And so an amended notice was then published on May 27th. Which brings us to a work session 2 days ago and today's public hearing on the 12th. So the proposed amendments are within Title 18 and Title 19, but specific to Title 18, there is sections 18.113.030 and section 0.060 that will be amended under this proposal. And then similarly in Title 19, it would be 19.106 subsection 030 and subsection 060 would be the subject of this amendment. The Planning Commission review that began in February was, we had an initial public hearing on February 23rd of this year. That was continued for additional testimony to March 9th of 2023. The planning commission deliberations were on March 23rd. And there was a overall recommendation of approval made following the deliberations on the 23rd. There was one commissioner not present, 2 had recused themselves, and then of the 4 voting, 3 had recommended approval, 1 opposed the amendment. This slide says there are 450 public comments. That's more like 530 some right now. They continue to keep coming in. So we've and really I've presented you 2 public comments that were put forward by the legal community that represents different resort entities throughout the county. There are 2 that we'll get into in this presentation, 2 proposed text modifications that were previously brought before the planning commission that legal counsel had a chance to review, found them to be more or less friendly amendments to what Mr. Isbell has been proposing. These other 2, we have not had a chance to run by legal counsel, but we're presenting it to the board just kind of as a full suite of these kind of different modification proposals for modification of that text. Lots of them are, we'll get into it in a bit, but there are nuanced changes to basically the proposed language, and we'll go in a little more detail here in a bit. So one of the first proposed text modification was from a representative of Juniper Preserve, formerly known as Pronghorn Resort. This one is essentially saying that using the proposed language put forward by Central Oregon Land Watch, but then adding the caveat that, providing that this provision applies only to new proposed destination resorts and not to existing developments approved as destination resorts. That was the clarification that this particular commenter was seeking. A second sort of legal reviewed proposed text modification was from Representative Kenneth Katzeroff. This was similar to the previous modification proposal, but he's trying to get clarification around except, that this would apply except for destination resorts with conceptual master plan approval as of a date of adoption, should this be adopted. Legal counsel has not had any issues with either of these. Should the board want to modify that, of course, that'd be subject to your deliberative process and everything. But those 2 have been reviewed by county legal counsel, and we didn't see any glaring issues with that, just from our perspective. But again, this is an applicant initiated amendment. So,
Derek, just on that last one,
yes, sir.
Can you clarify for us who Kenneth Katzeroff was representing when he submitted?
Sure. In that, my understanding is that in this capacity for resort, Kenneth Katzeroff represents Thornburg resort interests. He's a representative in several other land use issues throughout the county, though. He's a frequent flyer, so to speak. Any other questions just on the modification?
Clarify that.
Sure. Just moving forward, this is a bit of a reminder of some of the things we discussed on Monday. Some discussion of Measure 49 has come up. This is Measure 49 is outlined in statute in Section 195, subsection 300 through 336, and in Administrative Rule 660, subsection 029 and 041. This is within that law, there's outlined for how a Measure 56 mailing or notice is provided. And so we've complied with that section of the law, providing this Measure 56 notice. Just a little bit of background on how the Measure 49 works. You have 5 years from when a new regulation's in place to file a claim. There has to be accompanying that claim has to be some type of an appraisal to support what you're alleging is the reduction of your fair market value in either the land or the development that you have in mind. Usually at that point, the county or the jurisdiction at that point has a decision whether to provide just compensation or just or waive those regulations in the face of a claim. In the past, the counties offered to just waive those regulations, not provide compensation. And so there just some clarification on how the counties handled Measure 49 in the past. Just kind of pursuant to our internal legal coordination, this was a slide that I believe had been requested, and just some clarification around this measure was seemed like it was relevant to this review. So some next steps here. We can continue the hearing to a date and time certain. We could close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain. We could close the hearing and set a date for deliberations, or we could close the hearing and commence deliberations. This was a slide reserved for if there's an open record period. I can put some dates in there. And really, I'm available for questions right now if you have any before we go into testimony.
No questions from me. Looks like we're okay.
Right, I'm gonna stop sharing my presentation.
My one question is, Tarek, my one question would be, so procedurally, when and how do we work through these two proposed text modifications?
Sure. So I think I'll provide all four of these proposed modifications in a deliberation matrix. You're welcome to ask questions and try to refine your thoughts around those different proposed text modifications, maybe see what the applicant's thoughts are on them as it's still applicant initiated. I think that at that point, it's going to be board preference more or less on if we choose a modification, which one, if we refine it further than what's drafted. But I plan on just presenting kind of the full suite of options in a deliberative during deliberations for the board, but through kind of our matrix system we've been using. Sure.
Okay. So thank you for that introduction.
Of course. And I think
At
we're
this-
up to applicant testimony. If
At this time, the public hearing is open and applicant has the floor.
Thank you.
Very
Good
much for
morning.
joining us.
Good morning, Chair DeBonne, Vice Chair Adair and Commissioner Chang. Before I begin, I have a brief letter of written comments that we did email you yesterday, but I know there's been a lot of email that's come in on this, so I have a paper copy I'll hand you before we start. You. For the record, my name's Rory Isbell. I'm a staff attorney with Central Oregon Land Watch, the applicant in this legislative text amendment. Our address is 2843 Northwest Lolo Drive, Suite 200, Bend, Oregon 97703. I do have some slides to sort of guide the presentation I have for you. The plan is to share them via Zoom here, and I've just been elevated to panelist. Should be able to share these now.
There we go.
Okay, that should work. So as you've just heard from staff, this is a proposal to amend the Deschutes County Code to conform with existing state law and county comprehensive plan policy. I won't repeat, you just saw the statute, but it is ORS 197455 subsection 1A that this proposal seeks to adopt. Oops. I see we're not moving slides on the Zoom screen there. Give me just a second. Apologies. There we go. Okay. This longstanding state law and existing comprehensive plan policy would limit the type of destination resort allowed within 24 air miles of an urban growth boundary that contains 100,000 or more people. So this exists in statute. Another area of state law this already exists is in Goal 8 itself. Goal 8 is one of the 19 statewide land use planning goals. It's entitled Recreation and is really the source of the allowance for destination resorts across the state. It's also importantly already in the county comprehensive plan. So at policy 3.9.1, the plan states that destination resorts shall only be allowed within areas shown on the county's destination resort map, and when the resort complies with the requirements of Goal 8, a range of Oregon revised statutes, and the county code. And I'll just note that range of ORS statutes that this comprehensive plan policy calls out includes ORS 197455, which again is the source of this longstanding limitation on destination resorts. Another policy in the county's comprehensive plan, 3.9.3, also includes this limitation. It more or less quotes what the statute says. So this is already in the county's comprehensive plan. It states that destination resorts shall, pursuant to Goal 8, not be sited in the following areas within 24 air miles unless use is limited to those necessary for staff and management. So again, it's the same statutory language that the county has already adopted into its acknowledged comprehensive plan. The affected sections of the Deschutes County Code that would be amended if the proposed amendments are adopted. Tarek already outlined these. It's really two main sections. Chapter 18.113, destination resorts, and also chapter 19.106. And just if anyone's wondering, that chapter 19 applies only to the Bend urban growth boundary area. So it's this sort of small ring around the city of Bend's urban growth boundary that has some slightly different standards for destination resorts. And you know, you can point to Tetherow as where this county code section is applicable. So the proposal would add, you know, the exact same language from the state statute into two subsections of these chapters of the Deschutes County Code. So if we look at what this statute calls for, there's really two elements to it. There's a distance, 24 air miles, and then there's a population of 100,000 in an urban growth boundary. There's two exhibits in the record that were attached to our original application. One from Portland State University's Population Research Center, entitled the 2021 Annual Oregon Population Report. And as you probably know, several years ago, the state designated Portland State University's Population Research Center as the official owner of population estimates and projections for all local governments in the state. So they estimated just under 101,000 population in the city UGB in the year 2021. And then the US Census also in 2021 has an annual estimate of the resident population. And for Bend City, they estimate about 1,000 more than Portland State did at just over 102,000. Those, of course, were 2 years ago. So, I think we all know population continues to grow in our region and in the city of Bend. And I'll also just quickly note that these are city limit population estimates. They aren't urban growth boundary estimates. And if you recall, the city limit is a slightly smaller area than the urban growth boundary until the city annexes those lands into its city limits. So the effect there, meaning that the population of the urban growth boundary itself is slightly more than what these estimates say. As for the 24 air miles, we put together this sort of very, very simple map that in that pinkish orange color shows what this 24 air mile radius is. It covers a large portion of the county, but notably not all of the county. There are properties mapped as eligible for destination resorts out in the East County. And county staff actually put together some more detailed maps showing where all those properties are that are in the record.
And Roy, there are also lands in South County as well.
There are, yes. So just south of La Pine, that narrow strip, I believe there are a few small properties mapped as eligible for resort development that would not fall in the 24 air miles.
Thank you.
A bit on the public process. We submitted this application on October 21st of last year. As you heard, there were 2 hearings before the Planning Commission. There was a mix of testimony. The majority was supportive. And as you also just heard from Tarek, there has been a lot of written testimony to date. It seems well over 500 now from what I just heard from Tarek. And while I don't have an exact count, it looks like a big majority is in support of the proposed amendments, which is also in line with the Planning Commission's recommendation that did vote 3-1 to recommend adoption of these text amendments. I want to quickly touch on, really there's just been one oppositional comment or argument that has been made so far, and it's that these amendments need to be handled through a map amendment of the county's existing eligibility map for destination resorts. There's sort of 2 arguments there, as best as I can tell. One, that what we're proposing is some sort of veiled map amendment to those eligible properties, or that it must be effectuated through a map amendment. And there is a statutory process for amending that map, but it's our position that doing that would not accomplish what this limitation on resorts that is in state statute calls for. But just to clarify, no property would be added to the map. No property would be removed to the map. Every property that is currently on that on that map of eligible properties would continue to have eligibility for resort development. I think as staff has sort of described, What this code amendment would change is the type of resort that's allowed in line with this longstanding state statute and county comprehensive plan policy that limits one use on resorts in this 24 air mile area, which is permanent residential uses, unless those residential uses are for staff or management. But many of the other uses that are currently allowed in resorts will continue to be allowed on these properties currently mapped as eligible. And sort of to that second argument that I could pull out, which seems to state that the only way to do this is through a map amendment, or it needs to be done through a map amendment. We disagree with that. If you going back to how I just described what these amendments would do, they would still allow many uses on any property currently mapped as eligible. Amending the map wouldn't implement what this limitation calls for, which is just the type of destination resort. So if we tried to take properties off that map or add properties to it, it wouldn't get to the substance here, which is limiting this one type of use in a destination resort. And I also will point out that there is some history of the county doing a text amendment related to uses in resorts, relating to the ratio of overnight lodging units that, similarly to what we're proposing here, had no need to touch the spatial element of or amend the map of what properties in the county are eligible. We also just heard from Tarek there have been a few proposed edits to the text amendment that Landwatch has proposed. A couple came in last minute, so I'm actually going to touch on two of them here. It does sound like there are a couple more that just skipped by us. But I do first want to note that neither of these two I will cover are opposed to these text amendments, and they specifically say that in their comments. Juniper Preserve did offer some proposed language. This came up at the Planning Commission, so we were on notice of this one. First of all, we don't think that language is necessary, because it's our position that this limitation wouldn't apply to any newly proposed destination. Excuse me, I said that backwards. This limitation would not apply to any existing destination resort. It would only apply to a newly proposed resort. So all of these text amendment or these changes to our text amendment that have come in want to clarify that they will not apply, that the limitation will not apply to existing resort developments. We think it already does that, because this code section wouldn't apply to a resort that's already been approved anyways. As far as Juniper Preserves, we did, recognizing that they put this language in the record, we offered a friendly amendment to their language, which would clarify that this limitation could still apply to any proposal to expand an approved destination resort. And then just this week, representatives from Caldera Springs Real Estate reached out to us with a similar friendly amendment to clarify that this limitation, this provision would apply only to newly proposed resorts. And we worked with them a little bit and said, well, we agree with that. We think it already happens, but let's clarify that it would also apply to expansion proposals. And they apparently agreed with that, because this is the language that they submitted in a written comment yesterday that has that recommendation from us to clarify that it would apply to expansion proposals of existing developments. We heard a little bit about Measure 49. It's really our position that any Measure 49 claims would not be eligible based on this text amendment. And it's simply because there's no new land use regulation or new law that is being proposed here. Again, this law has been on the books since 1987, and it's already in the county's comprehensive plan. So while it would update the county code to include this limitation, it's not a new land use regulation, and the language in Measure 49 is pretty specific about only applying to new land use regulations. But this has been on the books for over 30 years. There has been some case law cited by a few oppositional comments in the record. Litigation in an application that I know this commission is very familiar with. which of course has a approved conceptual master plan. So when this limitation that's the subject of this text amendment was raised in that litigation, LUBA has said that it doesn't apply here because this is an approved master plan, and they were reviewing a site plan, which is of course the next stage of development of a resort after a master plan has already been approved. So LUBA did say that this ORS 197-4551A, the limitation we're here talking about today, does not apply at the site application stage. We don't think that affects our proposed text amendment in any way. We also note that there's supportive case law from about a decade ago that talks about a county can include lands described in ORS 197-4551A. So this again is the 24 air mile limitation lands on its map of eligible lands, subject to a condition or restriction that ensures that a site will not be developed unless that relevant exception is satisfied. And this is really precisely what the county did in its comprehensive plan. Again, this language already exists in the county comprehensive plan. So when the county adopted its map of eligible lands, it included this condition that would apply once this circumstance of the population threshold has been met. And LUBA went on to say, indeed, it's difficult to imagine how this exception could be satisfied in any other way than what the county already did in its comprehensive plans. As far as applicable criteria for a legislative text amendment, there aren't a lot. It's mostly procedural. This is not quasi-judicial as has been noted, but we do in our application walk through the county's procedural criteria and the few substantive ones. I'll sort of first note that it's a longstanding requirement in Oregon land use law that zoning ordinances comply with comprehensive plans. It's sort of one of the foundational cases that when you study land use law in law school in Oregon that they teach you from 1975. There's also a statute, ORS 197-646 subpart 1, that says a local government shall amend its land use regulations to implement state law when such state law becomes applicable to the jurisdiction. So this is why we're here today. Now that this population threshold has been met in an urban growth boundary in the county, this law is applicable to Deschutes County. I'll also note the purpose statements of the existing Chapter 18, 113 of the county code, which describe that resorts will only be developed if consistent with the purpose and intent of Goal 8, which includes this restriction. It's the intent of the code to establish procedures and standards for developing resorts while ensuring that applicable county comprehensive plan policies are achieved. And again, this language is already in the comprehensive plan. Finally, the 19 statewide land use planning goals are applicable as criteria to this application because it is a legislative text amendment. We do provide draft findings in our application responding to each of the goals. We believe they're all satisfied. I will note just a couple. Goals 9 and 10 are respectively economic development and housing. This was one thing we looked carefully at with Goal 10 and housing. First of all, there's case law that says that Goal 10 is really applicable to cities. Cities have to develop buildable lands inventories and housing needs analyses and provide adequate land for housing. That's not true for counties, but a small portion of the county's map of properties eligible for resorts are within urban growth boundaries of both the city of Bend and the Pine. I don't know if it's probably some sort of artifact of past, mapping efforts that those are inside urban growth boundaries. But we pulled open the comprehensive plans for both those cities, and nowhere in their Goal 10 housing plan elements do they sort of rely on resort development to meet their Goal 10 housing responsibilities. So we believe Goal 10 is met. Goal 9 as well, there was one comment at the Planning Commission calling out Goal 9, which is economic development. Goal 9 has a similar framework for cities as does Goal 10. It requires cities to provide land for economic development opportunities. That's not true for counties. But we'll also still note that, again, this doesn't prohibit resorts. It just changes the type of resort. And a lot of the visitor amenities that resorts provide are still allowed on every property, contributing to economic development in the county. And then quickly on goal 12, transportation, there was a comment from county staff saying that this would have a positive effect on county transportation facilities by reducing traffic in the rural county. In the interest of time, I won't touch on the other goals, and that really concludes my presentation here. Again, this is what we believe is a simple, straightforward request to conform the Deschutes County Code to what's already in the County Comprehensive Plan. And we respectfully request approval of the proposed text amendments. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Before I forget, I do want to give a big thank you to Tariq and other CDD staff. There has been a lot of public interest and testimony submitted, and they've handled that very well and worked with us as the applicant to ensure a good application and hearing process. So thanks to them. Happy to answer any questions you might have for me.
I did have a quick note if there aren't, if we just have a quick moment, there are several comments still rolling in. And so while there were options to close the record, I think it would, we would have to leave it open in order to incorporate, we'd have to leave it open for some amount of time in order to incorporate some of these public comments.
Just acknowledging that kind of real time then.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. So I've got a question. One of the things that I've seen is we have a standard code package update process where state law changes get implemented, you know, kind of on an annual basis. You know, what is the subset of code changes that we could apply with the state laws superseding our local development codes? So it kind of makes me wonder what, and my point is I think this would roll in sooner or later. I've always acknowledged that, oh yeah, the state says when it's 100,000, you don't have destination resorts in the future. So it would roll in. So I'm trying to understand what's the motivation to do this now. And it's a kind of an abstract question, but you know.
Yeah. I'm happy to, you know, give my perspective answer to that. You know, county staff might have an answer as well. I think for this one, because it's a law that has been on the books for so long, it maybe wasn't forefront of folks' mind. You know, as you describe, often that package that I do see come through the county of code updates responds to recently passed legislation. But you know, we had to wait a couple of years for those population estimates to see when that 100,000 threshold would hit in the county. And when we did see those estimates come out, we, I guess, just took it upon ourselves as a nonprofit organization here to start this conversation and lead to where we are today.
Okay. So yeah, this is the applicant time at this point. I no need to respond yet. Yeah. So as I say, that's one of my thought processes here.
I'm trying to understand what a resort would look like that was developed, you know, under these new rules in the affected area. So residential development would be restricted to dwellings for you know the staff of the resort, but essentially recreational amenities, overnight lodging would still be allowed. So you can have a resort, you know, in these areas after this took effect would essentially the main difference, the main way it would look really different would be that there would be no residential development except for the people who work there.
That's my understanding as well, Commissioner Chang. Yeah, I believe those uses you just described, overnight lodging units, recreational facilities, those are some of the foundational pieces of what resorts allow, and those would continue to be allowed.
Okay. Thank you.
So one of my other thoughts is, you know, our comprehensive plan was put in place at a point in time, and then the mapping exercise evolved after that. And I would like to maybe research the concept of are 30 months before you can update the destination resort mapping. But there's other court cases that I think have affected this. So there's some dynamics there that I'd like to learn more about. So as I say, I mean, I'm kind of opening up this concept to studying more pieces of it at this time.
Sure.
So it's not a specific question, but it's a topic.
Okay, I was about to follow up.
Yeah.
If there is.
Well, no, if you can say anything you want on that,
I did note that process to amend the map, it comes out of statute, and it's a fairly detailed, specific process that I don't think we see anywhere else in land use law. And the county has adopted in its code its own local procedure for how to do that. And again, that's for adding or removing properties. And I think the legislature's theory there was, well, if one stakeholder wants to be added or removed, we should allow anyone else who might have a similar request a period of time, 30 months, to sort of submit their request to a county, and then the county can handle all those at once over a 30-month period rather than piecemeal. That's my understanding of the mapping process.
when I'm thinking a point in time of a comprehensive plan, and the statement has been made that, well, once Ben hits 100,000, we're done. But then there's this mapping exercise that puts some specific parcels in place that say, well, this is eligible. And now we're at a point in time where Bend has hit 100,000, but the eligible properties are on a map. So as I say, there's some dynamics in there that I want to study a little bit more.
Sure.
Any other questions for the applicant? And you'll have rebuttal opportunity also.
Right, the Kassaroff letter did cite the mapping issue with 2 cases in the last 25 months. And both of those were in Deschutes County. So anyway, I'm sure you'll address that later, Roy.
Yes, thank you. And I will just note, since you bring that up, Commissioner Adair, we don't think mapping could do what this state law requires. Adding or removing properties through the mapping process would not limit them to be a new type of resort that's allowed in the county. So we really don't believe those types of arguments or comments are applicable to what we're trying to do here.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, we talk about agency comments. Is there anybody kind of agency comments would have a opportunity to testify? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. So I do have requests to speak, and I'll just start at the top of the list. So Paul Lipscomb, Judge Lipscomb. And then following will be Eva Eagle. Public comment? Lipscomb? Yep, we're moving.
I'm sorry.
You were the first one on the list.
Oh, good. That'll help. I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing and I couldn't find my hearing aids this morning, so I apologize for not picking up on your calling me up. My name is Paul Lipscomb. I live at in the Cloverdale area of the general area of Sisters County, country, and my mailing address is 579 Box 579, Sisters, Oregon 97759. Let me get right to your question, Commissioner DeBone. What I see happening here is not a change in the law, but better notice to applicants and developers. Both the state destination resort law and the county's comprehensive plan about destination resorts is self-executing. It goes into effect as soon as the city of Bend urban growth boundary includes more than 100,000 people. That happened some time ago. The law has not changed. What this provision that is being set forth today would give better notice to the landowners and to the developers to notify them that they can still have a destination resort. That's not changed. But their destination resort would be limited so that only staff for the resort itself, not just average homeowners, could be included in the destination resort. So you could have, for example, a water park, and you could have even guest facilities there, but you couldn't have ordinary residences. So this really is not a change in law. The state statute's been in place for years. The county's comprehensive plan has been in place for years. And the existing Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan already provides as follows. However, although a property is mapped as eligible for a destination resort may not be permitted outright in that location. In order to be approved, the proposed resort must be processed as a conditional use and must comply with the specific standards and criteria established by the county for destination resorts. That's right already in our county's, Deschutes County's comprehensive plan. And the other provision that's already in the plan is this: to assure that resort development does not conflict with the objectives of other statewide planning goals, destination resorts shall, pursuant to Goal 8, not be sited in Deschutes County in the following areas: within 24 miles of an urban growth boundary with an existing population of 100,000 or more, unless residential uses are limited to those necessary for staff and management of the resort. So anybody who's currently mapped as eligible, they're still eligible. They just cannot have, they can no longer have residences other than for the staff and management of the resort.
That's 3 minutes.
Pardon?
That was the 3 minutes for.
All right. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Eva Eagle and then Mary Flishman following.
Good morning. So I'm picked up here. First of all, thank you for doing this very difficult job that you do every day in and day out. And also thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion on this text amendment. My name is Eva Eagle. I live outside of Sisters in a somewhat rural area, and I've owned a home in the Sisters area for 3 decades. And when I moved here, Central Oregon had small cities and a seasonal economy, and a lot of services and products that you might take for granted in a more developed area weren't available here. In compensation, we had uncrowded trails, minimal traffic, and easy access to the outdoor attractions that the area has since become very famous for. At the time we moved here, it made sense to have destination resorts with their special land use rules so that visitors could come and spend their dollars and buy vacation homes and maybe stay and become residents. Made lots of sense. And I think you can see the result today because times certainly have changed. Now there are plenty of people working and playing here, shopping our retail stores, building homes, competing for reservations to enjoy our local outdoors, and bringing their dollars. And now we have the services to match, or a lot of the services to match that need. We don't need destination resorts to bolster the economy anymore. It's booming. And so we need to be very careful about what kind of destination resort we are going to allow. Some people still favor more resorts because Central Oregon is still short on housing, but the new resorts aren't going to provide an answer to the housing shortage. If they're built with non-employee housing, they'll function as rural subdivisions for the well-off. And that's probably a reason why the state regulations already include the provision that has been cited here, where if you're within 24 miles of the UGB of a big city, you can't build a destination resort with a bunch of just regular housing. And so Bend has qualified clearly, and we don't need it, and we certainly shouldn't be allowing them to be built anymore. So you're being asked today to update our zoning rules to agree with the state regulation and with our own comprehensive plan. We don't need more destination resorts this close to the metropolitan area that offer housing. Other rural parts of Oregon maybe would still benefit from these special rules for destination resorts. But for us, they're going to be a detriment rather than a benefit. So I sure hope that you will pass this text amendment so we can follow state law and follow our own comprehensive plan and really move to the next stage in our development as a set of communities we're not in the development and early growth stage. So we really need to work on other problems and keep these rural subdivisions disguised as destination resorts from interfering with our growth in the proper way. Hope you do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eva.
Mary Fleischman next, and then following will be Bruce Bowen.
Commissioner Chang, DeBowen, Adair. My name is Mary Fleischman. I live at 61503 Camelot Place here in Bend, Oregon. I'm here once again representing the Central Oregon Bitterbrush Broads and Bros, which is one of 40 chapters of the National Organization of the Great Old Broads for Wilderness. We again support the amendment that Landwatch has put before you to comply with state law, as well as support the county's comprehensive plan. At this point, we know Bend's well over 100,000 at this time, and we know it's going to continue to grow. So I think it's pretty critical that we follow this new amendment. Many of these resorts do not serve a purpose anymore for the county that they once did. They're not adding to the need for affordable housing. In fact, they only create more second homes for those who visit here and do not live here. There's an ongoing concern for water use, groundwater, protection of habitat corridors, effects of climate change, and the continuing concerns of wildfire risks. We also need to seriously look at the continued increase of traffic impact that more development will have on our limited capacity. And with that, generally speaking, my experience is that with a destination resort, as a destination resort, people go there, stay there. If it's a resident, they're coming, going, they're using Bend, it just adds to more of our traffic. So again, I think one of our biggest concerns is, of course, the wilderness areas outside that would be impacted with all that additional housing, but housing in itself and these resorts under the way they're established at this point are not helping us with our housing. With that being said, we recommend that you support the amendment that Landwatch has proposed. I think it's in the best interest of the country and for all of us that live here. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
So Bruce Bowen, and then following will be Mark Stockcamp.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity of speaking. My name is Bruce Bowen, and I live at 17212 Pine Drive in Sisters. I am here in support of the text amendment regarding destination resorts.
Okay, so looks like we have microphones, we have a Zoom link, so the Zoom link did go down.
Sure, but I was gonna just,
Yeah.
I'll work with.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna use the, I don't use the gavel too much.
Thanks.
So we're going to come back together here. We are in the middle of a public hearing and Mr. Bruce Bowen, it may have gone out in the middle of your testimony, but as I say, I've got it notes on myself here and it was probably about midway. So I do apologize for that. So at this time, we are back in our public hearing and we had about 4 people that maybe had a raised hand feature online. So hopefully the people that were online are going to be able to connect back up. Looks like we have either 13 or 18 participants, the small number on the bottom. So at this time, let's proceed. Mark Stockamp, and then following will be Richard Lane.
All right, is microphone working fine?
Looks like it.
Good morning, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Mark Stockamp, and I'm a county resident living at 60204 Navajo Road, Bend, Oregon. I attended both Planning Commission public hearings and am opposed to the text amendment proposed by Central Oregon Land Watch. My major concern with this amendment is it would decrease the fair market values of the 29 private and publicly owned properties depicted on the county's destination resort properties map and potentially lead to costly Measure 49 claims for the county. The Bend Bulletin shared the destination resort properties map earlier this week, and I noticed 3 of the 29 destination resort eligible properties affected by this amendment are owned by Deschutes County. Based on Deschutes style, these 3 county-owned parcels identified as Hunnell, Bend Airport, and Ricard amount to 1,339 and a quarter acres total. This acreage makes up 12.8% of county-owned public land in Deschutes County, and this number, this 12.8%, is based on the county's 2010 comprehensive plan stating county government owns 10,434 acres of public land. Approving Central Oregon Land Watch's destination resort text amendment would devalue the fair market value of public land to Deschutes County, and I'm concerned about the legality of this via text amendment. I assume it's the county's responsibility to protect the fair market value of county-owned public land, and I'm curious what the county commissioners and county legal counsel's thoughts are on this concern. In addition to my public comment, I'm submitting a physical copy of the data I collected from Dial on the 3 destination resort eligible county-owned properties and organized in this Excel spreadsheet and the acreage of county-owned land from the 2010 comprehensive plan. Thank you for hearing my public comment.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
So Richard Lane and then Joe Craig is going to be following.
Good morning. My name is Richard Lance, L-A-N.
Sorry about that.
That's okay, L-A-N-C-E. And I live at 235 Southwest 8th Street in Redmond, Oregon. I am here to support the proposed change made by Land Watch. I just heard a gentleman speak of concern about both public and private land in the affected area being decreased in value. I'd like to point out that the 24 mile rule has been there all along, and what's tripped this has been the change in population. And so I really don't see where the county commissioners have a responsibility to private landowners to somehow protect the value of the land for something that's been long-standing rule. Secondly, and I don't think the change in the value of the county land is relevant to this at all. I don't think the county is planning on developing a resort or anything like that. Secondly, I'd like to encourage you to act with dispatch here. I've heard some concerns from 2 of the county commissioners about possibly looking at the map, the planning map. I don't believe that's relevant here. And I would like to see the record left open for a short period of time for additional comments. There's a lot of public interest here, and I think that's good. But I don't see anything to be gained by a lengthy delay. Thirdly, I think the public sentiment is pretty clear. There's some diversity here, but most people who are testifying and submitting comments really do support complying with our own county comp plan and with the state land use laws
And I think they reflect the value of most of our community. So again, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the job you do. And I would encourage you to adopt this and move with some speed and not get into some kind of lengthy thing that might create a gray area for people that want to contest it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
So Joe Craig, and then following will be Abby Kellner Road.
Good morning. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Joe Craig. I live at 2807 Northwest Shields Drive here in Bend, Oregon. I agree with this amendment. Bend has reached the limit of 100,000 in population, and to align with the state, I think the county should affirm the amendment to its code to recognize ORS 197.455-1A, which has been on the book since 1986. Some may say this is redundant for the county to do this, but I think it's necessary for the county to do it at this time of the population over 100,000. Central Oregon has a good destination resorts right now, and there was a time when those resorts were needed as the economy changed in the area. Those resorts now add to a thriving tourist economy, but more resorts are not needed at this time. They do put stress on wildlife. They put stress on our water situation. I think any resort should be looked at very closely, whether it's a destination resort that has residents or whether it's a destination resort that may just have a hotel on it and golf course. Reading in the media, Commissioner Adair, it states that you stated per our emails and per my phone calls, most people are saying we're beyond any more destination resorts. What I'm hearing is public sentiment is going that direction. The public does not want more destination resorts in the area. And I think they agree that they serve their purpose. And we have great destination resorts here in Oregon. Channel 21, KTVZ says that all three county commissioners agree that this should go forward. So I would ask that you vote the way you spoke to the public in the media, and you push this forward and you approve this amendment. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Abby Kellner Road, and then Pamela Mitchell.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Abby Kellner Road. My address is 25360 Walker Road, Bend, Oregon, 97701. And I'm a farm owner living in Deschutes County. I'm here because I want you to adopt this application requesting Deschutes County amend its zoning code to conform to 50 years of established Oregon state law that limits new destination resort development within 24 miles of Bend. This is the recommendation of our Deschutes Planning Commission to you and the overwhelming recommendation of the people here, online, and in our county. We need to protect our rural lands and shared community values for wildlife, water, agriculture, and more. At 100,000 people and growing, we have reached the limits of population set by our state's Goal 8 and Oregon statute OR 197.455. So please do adopt this zoning code change for our sake and for our future. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Abby.
So Pamela Mitchell, and then following will be Nunzi Gould.
Hello, my name's Pam Mitchell. I live at 69339 Hinkle Butte Drive in Sisters. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm in opposition of this text amendment. Landwatch would have you believe that this is a simple matter of housekeeping and is required in order to remain compliant with the state rules. However, at one of the past meetings, your county staff clarified that this is not the case. These lands have been purposefully mapped as resort resources with the ability to include residential components. This proposed simple change greatly impacts these lands from a financial perspective, thus greatly impacting the individuals who own these properties. Some think that by changing this designation, it will prevent these properties from being developed. The reality is that many will be absorbed into the next urban growth boundary expansion with no regard to wildlife habitat requirements that must be met under destination resort rules. Destination resorts are carefully planned, extensively studied, mostly self-reliant developments that help balance government budgets that are increasingly tasked with funding social issues. Maybe the true problem is an ever expanding urban growth boundary. If this text amendment is a means to reduce growth and manage water usage, then maybe the cities need to create a moratorium on all new construction while they study the ideal population for Deschutes County, and then make it retroactive, last in, first out. A city dweller uses the same amount of water as someone that's in a destination resort. So if you're going to talk about water usage, then you need to really talk about that component as well. We hold small towns up as icons of an ideal quality of life, reflecting with nostalgia on how wonderful they are, and yet our land use actions essentially destroy those quiet streets and neighborhoods by forcing ever-increasing densities within urban growth boundaries. Sisters is an example of that. Maybe it's time to change our mindset and consider how to create new small towns. Quite frankly, I would rather see a well thought out and carefully designed development that has built-in open space, services, privately maintained roads and systems than an ever-increasing urban growth boundary. And maybe we should incentivize new construction to include apartments and lockouts so that we can handle some of those questions of housing. I do have a couple of questions regarding this, and I haven't really had anybody answer those. So if destination resorts are required to provide housing for seasonal employees and management, et cetera, so once those seasonal employees are laid off, do they lose their housing? Who determines employee status and monitors who's in the housing? What is the type of housing allowed? Are those apartments, single family? Are there size limitations? Are these only rentals, or can they purchase these houses? And how many can be built, and who determines that number? And if an employee is fired, how do you remove them from that housing? Thank you so
That's
much.
3 minutes. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yep.
Thank you, Pam.
So we do have some raise hand features, raise hand folks online. So we'll be taking that remote testimony next, but right now it's Nunzi Gould.
Hello, my name is Nunzi Gould, 19845 J.W. Brown. I live in the rural county. This proposed text amendment does not change the map, Commissioner DeBonne. The map was amended in 2010 and 2011, and there are lots of properties that are mapped, that will be mapped the same way after you adopt this text amendment. This text amendment doesn't prohibit anybody from developing their mapped land if they meet the eligibility criteria, and there are lots of eligibility criteria in the code. This text amendment does not stop destination resort applications or development. This text amendment upholds the state law that's been in the state code. And it's triggered because of the urban growth boundary population that Bend has succeeded in passing, that 100,000 population. And so according to state law, it tailors the resort If it is mapped and meets the eligibility criteria of the conditional use permit in your code, and there's a whole litany of all of that, it then triggers that the housing is for employees and staff of the resort. And not more than a couple days ago, this commission just awarded $500,000 to try to get some housing in our community. So I'd like you to think about the possibilities for destination resorts within 24 air miles of a UGB of 100,000, providing your workforce housing for the destination resorts. And again, this text amendment doesn't stop destination resort development. It doesn't take away anybody's property rights to develop or apply or meet the eligibility criteria. And we're year 2023. My math isn't great, but there's been a number of years since 2011 for those who are remaining in the map to be perfecting on, what's been allowed in our code. And so I do appreciate the fellow who I think lives outside of Redmond. He says, this should be signed today. It's state law and it should go into effect, upon passage. This shouldn't be a wait many, many, many more years. And it ties to the city of Bend's population and that success. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy.
So for folks online, a raised hand feature, please just select the first one. Or if there's a queue. Molly, okay. Molly, when you're online, please state your name and address, please.
All right. My name is Molly Honia, and I live at 140 Northeast Alpenview Lane in Bend. I am also the Development and Communications Coordinator for Think Wild, Bend's Wildlife Hospital and Conservation Center. Think Wild provides wildlife rescue, medical care, and rehabilitation to injured and orphaned native wildlife from all over Central Oregon. We treat many patients who have been hit by cars, trapped in garden netting, electrocuted with power lines, and otherwise come into contact with humans or their habitat modifications. Often these animals are euthanized due to the severity of their injuries. Destination resorts encroach on wildlife habitat, which increases the chance of negative interactions between humans and wildlife. Resorts also require water, an already limited resource in our high desert ecosystem. We support the Planning Commission's recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners update Deschutes County's zoning codes to limit these new destination resorts and who can live on them. This move will help protect crucial wildlife habitat and Central Oregonians' access to water. Deschutes County's human and wildlife residents alike will benefit. Thanks for your time.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Molly.
So Barry Larson.
Hello.
Hello. So it says Barry Larson, and please proceed.
Okay, this is Christine. It came up under Barry Larson, 20200 Marsh Road, Bend, Oregon, 97703. I wanted to respond quickly to a couple things. Any Measure 49 claims should include properties adversely affected by resorts if they're thinking that their value will be affected by resorts. We purchased a home zoned with farm use, and it is now value could decrease because of a very busy large resort being built up the street. We also supply housing to our employees, and there are automatic forms that talk about termination, moving out, and terms. So as far as being worried about having people move in and out, there's forms for that. It looks like that this has been something that, as far as housing goes, that should have been addressed with Thornburg, but was not. It's been brought up numerous times, and apparently it was not enforced. And with Eagle Crest being right next door and having such a problem finding employees and having employees drive in from Pineville and LaPine, and creating traffic, pollution, and finding a hard time to find employees, I really do believe that this is something that should be further enforced for new destination resorts, as well as existing approved resorts that are not built. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony.
Thank you, Christine.
Kenneth Kastorf.
Good afternoon, still good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Ken Kastorf for the record, 1420 Fifth Avenue, Suite 3400, Seattle, Washington, 98101. I wanted to make a couple of comments. I wasn't planning to testify today, but I need to clarify first that I'm not here on behalf of Thornburg Resort. I'm here on behalf of other property owners in Deschutes County. We've heard a couple of comments today about how we should follow state law. But in my opinion, that would mean we follow all of state law, not just some of it. And that includes the process for which to make changes around destination resorts and what can be allowed and what cannot be allowed. In particular, the case law is quite clear on this. When looking to identify and change properties and what types of resorts can be implemented.
$1,000 for one that I found.
I'm going to pause while Mr. or Ms. Larson is still.
Here you go.
Thank you. Anyway, sorry, state law is quite clear, and so are the case laws. Every single case, including the one that Mr. Isbell put up on his PowerPoint, says that it has to be part of the condition of a mapping decision, not a collateral attack on existing maps. And so what that means is consistent with what Ms. Gould said. The county knows how to amend its destination resort maps. It did so in, I think, 2010, maybe 2011, as she stated. And that's the process that the county needs to go in now. They can identify the same properties. They can change what types of resorts are permitted consistent with ORS 197455. But what they can't do, in my opinion, is make a collateral attack on the existing maps. And that's exactly what all of the cases have said in the last 25 months. The issue of whether or not, again, I'm not here for Thornburg, but whether or not this limit is currently effective to resorts that are being built, the answer is no to that. The court has said explicitly that if you have an existing map, it doesn't matter that the population of Bend has grown beyond 100,000. In order to implement that portion of state law, the county has to amend its maps, not a text amendment. So I think that's consistent with every decision that the Court of Appeals has made on this, which I think is 4 in just the last few years. I would completely disagree with Mr. Isbell's analysis that goal 9 and 10 do not apply to counties. That's simply incorrect. And so the county actually needs to analyze what the economic impacts would be under goal 9. And in this case, that means restricting housing, including the building of subdivisions and single family residences, what that would do to our economy if in fact another resort were prohibited. I agree that it doesn't restrict the ability to create a destination resort. But as the county's EC analysis around destination resort and the text amendment states, how you pencil a destination resort is in fact through the additional housing elements. So the ability to have rural subdivision, 500 units or 1,000 units or whatever it is. I believe Eagle Crest is something like 3,000. That's a lot of money being brought into the county, and that needs to be considered when considering restricting that and determining whether or not to change the maps. think it's also interesting that Landwatch doesn't want to provide clarification that it doesn't apply specifically in the text to existing resorts. Seems that now they've agreed that they would clarify that no expansion of a resort, but I'm not really quite clear what that means. Does an expansion mean a resort coming in to ask for additional conceptual or master plan approval for more space, or does it mean just a new subdivision application?
That was 3 minutes. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Katsarov, do you want to identify which clients you are representing today?
Not at this time.
There you go.
I can be
Okay,
a
thank
private
you.
citizen wanting to make comments.
Yep. Okay, so next. Okay, Donna, so please provide your name and address, Donna. There's a mute. So Donna is available for testimony at this time. You've been brought into the public hearing. If you unmute yourself, you can share your thoughts. Oh, almost. You might have unmuted her while she unmuted her. And yeah, so we'll move on and come back to if there's somebody else. Nobody else? Okay, so I'll come back and ask one more time for Donna in a moment. So that Van Evans is requesting to speak in the room.
Hello, my name is Van Evans. I'm a citizen of this county for 34 years. I steward 2 pieces of land in Tumalo. My family owns one and I own one. Not exactly sure on the debate here. Not really a political guy. I understand this is a law and a rule. It's been around for a while. So I'm not really sure what the debate is. We clearly have a population growth that's exceeded the 100,000 number. And I can see a lot of private interests, coming to the table, especially when it comes to destination resorts. And I would say that limiting resorts within a 24-mile population center or a 24-mile distance from 100,000 person population center makes plenty of sense. And as much as many have said, I think our paradigm has changed both with our climate and our population. And we must change as well. We are not in the hot seat here to testify the way I see it. The county commission and the interests who are opposed to this law, I believe they are the ones who need to testify. We are simply here to speak the truth as community members who care about our community, who call this place home. We are not tourists. We are not passing through, and we're certainly not here for some political agenda. Most of us are here because we care deeply about the land and we care deeply about our family's future and our community's future. We care about the community. That being said, I think a lot of decisions are being made by the county commission, especially Mr. DeBone, Mrs. Adair, that go directly against this community's welfare and its wishes, which have been outspoken many times in these meetings. I've been to all these hearings in the last 3 years almost, listening to this time and time again, the community outpouring their hearts and their logic on these issues to you. And I've seen time and time again that you, Mr. DeBone and Mrs. Adair, have ruled in favor of these other interests, specifically Thornburg. We can get specific. And I think they definitely have interest in this. There's no doubt about it. But I don't want to make it about that. This is a clear and cut issue of what's good for this community and how much you actually care for this community. And that's what I'd like to actually ask you. And maybe it can be a rhetorical question, but what I want to know is how much does the voice and the welfare of the people who call this community home impact your decision-making up here? Because it seems like it's falling on deaf ears a lot. And I have a lot to do today, as I'm sure a lot of other people do. I've been here for almost 3 hours. And I can't keep doing that if it's just going to fall on deaf ears. The idea is that this works, that the voice of the community is heard and seen, and that it's not just ignored. And so as representatives, I appeal to you from the bottom of my heart to please do the right thing. This is another opportunity to look at wisdom before profit and to do the right thing. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben.
Okay, so is there anybody else to speak in the room on this matter? And seeing none, how about online? So we had a Donna that was included in the hearing, and if you're available, Donna, you can unmute yourself and provide testimony. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so at this time, we'll proceed. I don't know that we need to close it yet, so let's review what we've done here.
Sure. Yeah, if we're done with testimony. Oh, excuse me. Is there a comment from anyone else?
Nope.
Yeah, I was just going to move into, if there's discussion of an open record period, we could, this would probably be an appropriate time for that.
Does he have a time? Does he get a time for rebuttal?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, Rory. He's always sitting right next to me. Yeah.
Well, and the only reason I wasn't real clear, it's just because we had a little bit of technical problems and, remote and local testimony. So just making sure. So yeah, at this time, we'll acknowledge that, public comment has been received and we'll go to rebuttal and then we'll talk about.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Chair DeBonne. I'll be pretty quick. Just a couple of points to make in response to some of the testimony we heard. First, there was a question about these proposed amendments would still allow housing for employees and managers, and how is that housing regulated? What happens to that housing under various scenarios that could come up? First of all, I think those questions are kind of outside the scope of the simple text amendment we're looking at here. And I guess related to that is that type of housing for employees and management is currently allowed in resorts. So those sorts of questions could come up, and I don't have the answer for what happens there. And I think it would be up to developers of those resorts to figure out those sorts of questions. I addressed some of the mapping decision comments in my initial presentation, but I'll briefly respond to some more of that argument that we heard that this needs to be part of a mapping decision. Again, the maps wouldn't change here. Remapping eligible lands would not accomplish what this limitation on resorts calls for. That's not what we're here to do. This would not be a collateral attack on the existing maps because, again, those maps wouldn't change. And this limitation is already in the county's land use regulations and the comprehensive plan. This would simply copy it over to the county code as well. There was a point about goals 9 and 10. To say they don't apply to a county, I will submit is maybe going a step too far. But the detailed, all the administrative rules that implement those two goals, they apply to cities. So all the analysis you have to walk through to provide land under those two goals, those apply to cities, but not counties. And then finally, clarification of why we believe this wouldn't apply to existing resorts. I think some of the case law cited shows how it doesn't apply. This criteria only applies at the master plan stage of a resort, does not apply at future development stages of getting things built on an approved resort property. So I think that's pretty clear. And the expansions piece, there's actually a section of the existing county code in chapter 18.113 that I believe it's titled applicability of expansions. And actually I can pull it up because it's in Caldera's proposed amendment. So that's in DCC 18.113 .025, and it deals particularly with expansions and says that that entire code section 18.113 applies to expansion proposals. So I think the code already handles that question that we heard at the end there. And then I'll just close something that resonated with me and some of the other testimony that we heard today was that this text amendment really comes down to providing greater notice to property owners in the county, because again, this limitation is already on the books, but this makes it clear in the county code now that this threshold has been met, that if someone, if an applicant with an eligible property wants to apply, this population threshold has been met, and this newly relevant limitation applies to that land use application. So it provides greater notice. And I think I'll end there unless there are any further questions for me.
So Rory, you're saying this paragraph that's been recommended by Calderas Legal is not necessary in your opinion?
Yes, that's our interpretation. Again, I'll point to that case law that Mr. Katzeroff cited. It's already been shown that this limitation doesn't apply to already approved resorts. So I don't think it's necessary. I can sympathize wanting greater certainty from some of these comments. While we don't think it's necessary, we also, don't see it as frustrating the intent of this text amendment, because everyone, I believe, agrees that this applies to newly proposed destination resorts, not existing resorts that already have approved master plans.
I did want to ask about go back to this employee housing question. So we might look to existing destination resorts and see how they currently are handling employee housing. Do you have any idea how many destination resorts are actually providing employee housing at this time, or kind of the scale of how many units are being provided?
I really don't. I wish I could answer that. I assume that some of the representatives for the resorts who have participated in these proceedings might have answers to that question.
I thought it was a good point that you could just kind of follow whatever procedures they were currently using, but I was curious whether this was actually a thing or not already.
All set. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again for hearing testimony today. Really appreciate it.
So, so this will conclude an oral portion of a public hearing on this matter. As I say, my hesitant before, it's just because we had that technical problem, but it doesn't look like they're too complicated. And then the will of the board here, but next steps.
Certainly. Just welcome to any discussion of an open record period. Again, there's been some comments coming in even just during this public hearing. So it'd be, I think we'd have to leave it open for some amount of time just to process those comments, and some of the written materials have been submitted.
So there's a support for closing the, oral portion of this, and then.
Is Donna?
Oh, there you go. Oh, great. Yes. Absolutely. This is perfect timing. Yes.
And then we can close the door.
Yep. So, acknowledging to the applicant that this is after the rebuttal. So if there's a response afterwards, we'll accept that. Okay. So thank you very much for joining us with the technology of today. And I see you're unmuted.
Yes. Sorry. I either read the instructions wrong or they're backwards, because I thought I was raising my hand a long time ago. But anyway.
Yep. Okay. Well, thank you for your patience, and we'll definitely review that.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Susie Hart. I live out on in the White Rock Loop area. My mailing address is P.O. Box 87, Bend, Oregon 97709. And I just want to thank the commissioners for taking the time to consider this. And I would stand with the person that said this is, there's been tons of input for a long time about some issues regarding destination resorts. And I would agree that I feel like it's fallen on on deaf ears, even in spite of what they say that you folks and the county rules say about what is required for destination resorts to have certain approvals. Even that is, some of that has been ignored. So I would implore you to take these amendments and approve them, because we do need them in the county code, so that people living in the county who might not know that there are other rules at the state level that they need to consider, when it should be clear in the county codes as well. And I would take exception, or I would also agree with the comments that were made at the very beginning about Goal 12 regarding transportation. Employee housing would help reduce the amount of traffic on county roads. And just to give an example, in the area that I live in, Klein Falls Road was always Klein Falls Road until a few years ago, right after putting up new signs, which were very much needed. I don't know if it happened in the dark of night or just when I wasn't around to notice, but the sign said Klein Falls Road. And now a matching sticker has been placed over road, and it now says highway. As soon as that was done, the speed limit, which was always 55 miles an hour, highway implies a greater speed, and so that speed was greatly reduced, and now it's quite a danger. The odd thing is that on the 4-lane divided highway of 97, the speed limit through the city is 45, but on this 2-lane country road, it's 55, where people go way faster. There's no shoulder, but there's lots of bicycle traffic. There's lots of tractor and farm implement traffic. Many of the, I would say the majority of mailboxes are on the opposite side of the road as the homes. And so people have to cross. And a couple of years ago, there was a gentleman killed, hit by a car just because he went out to get his mail. So I think Goal 12 is an important consideration, and having employees being able to live on the property, on the resort property, is important, and it should go into effect immediately. That's how many of the new zoning regulations require and have affected me since I've been here for
Susie, that's
almost
3
4
minutes of
years.
testimony. I want to
Okay,
just acknowledge
anyway,
that that's your 3 minutes.
Okay, well, I implore you to adopt this and make it effective immediately. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for
Yes.
joining us. Okay, is there anybody else with a raised hand feature? And seeing none, as I say, the applicant, if there's a rebuttal to anything just now. Okay, thank you. So we are just at a point where acknowledging to close the oral portion of this hearing and talking about open record period. Yeah, thoughts?
I was actually very interested in commencing deliberations right now on this item. I think we have a pretty good sense of the breadth and scope of the arguments on both sides of this issue, and we have a pretty good sense of the ratios of people who support and oppose. I do want to honor all of the folks who submitted comments right up to 3 seconds ago, and I don't know whether we could do that. We could leave the written record open till now and then commence deliberations now as well, but that would be my preference.
And I'm not supportive of that. There's a request for open record. I do have some specific questions. In fact, yeah, I do have some specific topics that I want to follow and learn a little bit about.
And I would leave it open. I know that we have the fair coming up and we won't be working that week. So do we leave it open for a week then? I don't know, Tariq, what
Are
is?
you referring to a couple
Yeah.
weeks from now. So
Well, like a week. I know, yeah, we have the fair coming up, so I know we've got that, week that's blocked off of our calendar, but I don't want to push it out too far, but I do believe we need to leave the record open at least for a week.
Sure. And just those dates, it sounds like that would be the beginning of following a standard 777 period. If we were going to go with that, again, it's open to a motion and a vote from the board, but that would put the first deadline for new evidence and testimony on Wednesday, July 19th at 4 p.m. Rebuttal period the following week, July 26th at 4 p.m. And then final legal argument for applicant only the following Wednesday, August 2nd at 4 p.m. If that was in line with what you were just discussing anecdotally, and it looks
Right.
like
Yeah,
the legal counsel's here.
supportive of those 3 steps, council.
Oh, good morning. Well, yeah, still morning.
No, it's lunch, actually.
Lunch.
This afternoon.
Go to.
Stephanie Marshall, Assistant Legal Counsel. This is a legislative matter before the board. And so the typical, open record 777 does not need to be applied. So I just kind of wanted to
Yep,
clarify
okay.
that. So
So it's not a requirement.
yes, it's not a requirement.
Yeah. Well, as I say, I want a little bit more information. So what other option do we have? As I say, I think there's probably going to be some responses to what was said a little bit. So, I mean, as I say, setting a date for the open record period, I guess, is the first step. If it's 1 week or just a few days, I don't.
That's up
Yeah.
to the board's discretion.
So then a rebuttal to that and kind of the legality of final arguments is not as necessary is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So maybe just one record period would be suffice. Which would be fine with me, because we're getting good information. As to say, I just want to research a few of the little paths here right now that I've heard about today. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's
I'd propose that we leave the record open for a few days and that we deliberate next week.
oh yeah, okay, so, and that may be fine, and maybe that's a good place for us to be, just set a date for deliberations, maybe next week, maybe not, but
Does
do you
next week
support?
work or does the 26th work?
I would not have time to upload those materials.
Yeah, so we made a little bit more processing of making sure.
Right. It would have to be either the following Monday or the following Wednesday.
Okay, well, yeah, so I mean, that looks like we could land there. So let's leave an open record period for some period of time here. As I say, by the end of the week is fine if we have a couple more days, and we'll just call it like that. Legislative matter, people have been informed, media's covered this. How about, Friday at 5 o'clock?
Okay.
So that gives us,
And deliberations the week of the 24th. Is that what you're saying?
I think that's what just hearing the math there. So
Right.
let me just put a couple dates in here. So that would be Friday, the 14th at 4 p.m. for new evidence and testimony.
There's
Board,
any evidence and testimony at that time. Yeah.
sure. It sounds like the board would be using their discretion to waive the rebuttal and final argument periods, which would then put a deliberative date for either, Monday, the 24th or Wednesday, the 26th of July, whichever the board preferred.
Oh, yeah, so I mean, a Wednesday meeting would be the appropriate place for it.
Right. I don't believe we can have it on a Monday meeting.
There you go.
All right, I'm just gonna share my screen here really
2 weeks
quick.
from today.
And then just for the public's benefit, I'm just gonna put this up on the screen here really quickly. And let's share my screen again here.
ADU amendments, public hearing that same day.
Which day?
ADU.
It should be all right. So yeah, if it really looks like a busy day or 2 very substantive topics, maybe we'll just split the day in a 9 o'clock and a 1 o'clock. So we just kind of know how to move it.
And I'm just sorry, I'm still making edits to the slide while we do this. So just to clarify or to reiterate what the board had
So
just,
if you want to present something, it's not
oh, excuse me, sorry about that. Thought I was screen sharing. Maybe Zoom's down again or something. There we go.
No.
So here we go for open record period deadlines for what the board had just discussed. We have a new evidence and testimony or open record period for evidence and testimony until this Friday, July 14th at 4 p.m. So any new comments, including the ones that we've just received just prior and during this public hearing, will be incorporated before that deadline. The boards use their discretion to waive the rebuttal period and the final argument period. And they've
You have that at 4 PM, Tarek. I don't think you.
oh, excuse me, thank you.
Yes.
That was left over from
Here's
the other
for
one.
fear or here in town that.
We determined at what time on the agenda.
Sure, yeah, exactly. Not predetermining the time, but deliberations sound like they'll be scheduled for Wednesday, July 26th with a time to be determined when the agenda is put together, if that's correct.
I'm supportive.
Sounds appropriate. Thank you.
Go.
I'd like to see deliberations sooner, but that's sounds like that's the best we can do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I think the only question is, you said there was some information that you would like. So if you would like to identify those now, just so staff can
Oh,
address
great. Yeah,
those,
that's
because
fine.
staff will put those in the record also by Friday at 4 PM.
So a little bit more information. So as I say, we have, and I'll just go through a few little notes I have. We have current maps, and there's the mapping exercise that's done, and it's been stated 30 months minimum, and for a cycle of updating resort maps, destination resort maps. Does that give outright authority to have a destination resort in its traditional large Deschutes County format, even though the city of Bend has hit 100,000? And if that is the case, how did that become to be? Because as I say, we've always stated comprehensive plan, when the city of Bend hits 100,000, there wouldn't be destination resorts, new resorts. But is there legislative items or court rulings that have put different rules in place at the state level? So that's kind of one of the paths that I'd be interested in doing here.
We can look into that for you, certainly.
Yep. And so interesting dynamic here, and this is for the community to understand. We're talking about, and so here's a statement, interesting statement. We're talking about destination resorts, a very organized, critiqued application with many values at hand. The Board of Commissioners has been looking at where could we put a campground and possible camping opportunities. And that could be an alternate use of lands possibly. And I'm saying this very disconnected items, but a campground opposed to resort came to mind here. So
Yeah, campgrounds have their own land use pathway. I don't really see this as connected, but
if the community members find out that, some X amount of land is going to be proposed for camping, it's just a different kind of use that is being discussed. So, not substantive, that's fine. I think that's, just that one big scenario I talked about at the beginning is where I start, because then that fits into Measure 49 also.
I guess one question I might have that I'd be interested to hear a response on at a later point is there's been all this discussion about text amendment, map amendment. Is there anything that precludes us from doing one now and the other later on as part of the comprehensive plan process, or the map amendment, since there seems to be a real interest in pursuing that pathway as well? Can we do this text amendment in the near term, in response to an application and certain needs in our community, and then could we do the map amendment later?
Sure. Any other questions you'd like me to look into?
And I'm acknowledging the letter from Sun River Resorts.
Mhm.
They have been the provider of 73.5% of our room tax revenue. And one of the things about business is that they like to have economic certainty. And they've got the underlying part of what they suggested in their text amendment. I just would like some more details explaining that, perhaps maybe from county legal. They want to know that they can go ahead and they don't want to have a battle again and, with their approved program. So I want to acknowledge that if they feel that they really want to see economic security on what they have on the books. So just considering that.
Very good. As I say, it's a legislative process, so it's just kind of wide open for information at this point in time.
And if there was just one other moment, I might just share my kind of the end, just housekeeping thing. I was sharing my contact info for how people can submit some of those things before Friday. So again, just a reiteration of what the board's decided today is that the new submittals can be put in until this Friday, July 14th at 4 p.m. Rebuttal and final argument are waived, and then deliberations are going to be scheduled for Wednesday, July 26th. You're welcome to email me any electronic submittals. My email address is tarek.rawlings@deschutes.org. Just to know that the county does not take any responsibility for retrieving information from a website link or a personal cloud storage device, and that electronic submittals must be received by the county server by 4 p.m. on the date of that deadline in order for it to be received timely. And really available for any other questions, but it sounds like that might be all the housekeeping we have for now. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, our public hearing slipped. We were on time and then everything slipped a little bit today, but we're getting there.
We're
Appreciate
back on
your
time.
Commissioners. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tarek.
Item number 10, Sheriff's Office Terrebonne Substation Lease.
Yes, I'm Joe Brundage from the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office, and I'm here for your approval of the lease we have in Terrebonne. It's a renewal of a 2-year lease with a 1-year option to extend. The rate went up 5% or $100.30 from the.
So we're going to proceed with the agenda item here. Yeah, so go ahead. So yeah, we're going to try to power through for a while here. Go.
So this is a 2-year lease, renewal of lease we had before with a 5% increase or about $100.30. It goes from August 1st of 2023 to July 31st of 2025 with a 1-year option to renew. And this is a substation we've had in Terrebonne for many years. It's an excellent location. We have the ability to go north, go east in Terrebonne, or even go travel to the west directly from that substation. We recently put in an evidence storage area there and a meeting room, and we're making improvements to the security of the station. So we're very pleased with it and submit this lease for your approval.
It is perfectly located, isn't it? You can go right over to Smith Rock in 2 minutes?
Yeah.
If you're not driving the speed limit. So I don't, yeah, I would make the motion to approve the document number 2023-672, the Sheriff's Office Terrebonne Substation Lease.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Here you go.
Joe, one big picture question about this.
Yes.
It financially, like you're a dollars guy. Is there a point where it makes sense to own a piece of property, own a substation versus, continual leasing?
There is. We're doing that right now in Sisters with our substation. And we find value in that and flexibility. I think we've had a relationship with the Fergusons in this property for so long, and it's a great deal. In this case, there wouldn't make any sense to do that at the moment.
Okay.
Good. Excellent question.
Yeah, didn't we have to buy the Sisters building for like $1 million almost?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it had 3 built.
I know, 3 rentals,
Rentals.
leases with it.
So had some offsetting costs.
Yes.
Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, extension of agreement with Heart of Oregon Corps for assisting at the Solid Waste Department. Thanks for being patient today. We're slipping into lunch, but we'll get there.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair DeBone, fellow commissioners. My name is Tim Brownell, Director of the Solid Waste Department, and I'm here in regards to an extension of agreement with the Heart of Oregon for youth work crew to assist the Solid Waste Department. This is a long-standing relationship that we've had with the Heart of Oregon. What they do is provide work crews on a regular and a short notice basis at all of our facilities for litter picking, for snow removal, and other minor repairs and maintenance work and sorting of recyclables, et cetera. In 2019, we issued an RFP, and the Heart of Oregon was the sole responder to that. And they've been providing this work well before that as well. Their renewal rate for this 1-year extension is increasing 13% for the crew supervisors and 17% for the youth workers. This is due largely to minimum wage increases, fuel increases, and general cost of increased labor.
So that's the kind of the retail number with Heart of Oregon Corps costs built into it.
That's correct.
Yep.
This is a contract that's not to exceed $235,000. Also, part of this service agreement is their support during the fire-free events that we have.
You know, I don't remember anyone being at the fire station when I went there on Fire Free at the end.
The Heart of Oregon does their support at the not landfill for
The first year I went, though, a long time ago, you didn't have to do anything. I mean, I went there and I'm like, well, can I give you a tip or something? I mean, it was amazing.
Yeah, and those were largely volunteers that were recruited outside of the workforce. Since the pandemic, we've seen a real decrease in the ability to recruit volunteers. So we're looking at increasing staffing at those events.
So are these people actually going to get paid then $27.50, the youth laborers? Or is that?
That's the total hourly cost. So that's some of the administrative costs,
Okay.
insurance, et cetera.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because the bus drivers and sisters, I think, are getting paid starting now $23.50 an hour.
No,
In case anybody wants to drive a bus.
Okay, is there questions or is there a motion?
Yes, I move board signature of document number 2023-655, amending the agreement with the Heart of Oregon Corps for fiscal year 24.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
Thank
Okay, thank you. Item
Thanks,
number
Tim.
12, secure rural schools funding allocation determinations.
Good afternoon, Board. Chris Doty, Road Department.
Yep.
Secure Rural Schools funding has been reauthorized for federal fiscal year 23. As a part of that process, the county has provided an opportunity to allocate portions of that SRS between Title I, which is roads and schools, Title II, which are projects on federal land that are selected through a resources advisory committee, and then Title III, which is projects like Firewise and search and rescue administered through our natural resources program here at the county. Historically, the county has allocated SRS with a strategy to maximize revenue to Title I and Title III. Those are programs that would then maximize revenue to local government, both to the road department. A portion then is delivered to local school districts and then to the Natural Resources Division. Last year, the board elected to only receive 83% of the maximum 85% dedication to roads and schools. And the thought at the time and the deliberation was to provide an additional 2% to remain in Title II with the feds basically to provide for additional revenue that could potentially be allocated through the Resource Advisory Committee to fund forest cleanup in areas such as China Hat. However, to my knowledge, the process to distribute that funding grant program has not occurred as of yet. Deschutes County was the only county in the state to not maximize its Title I allocation of 85% to roads and schools last year. So this year, board, I'm requesting a return to that prior allocation of 85% for Title I, roads and schools, 8% for Title II, again, money that stays with the federal government that is then allocated out via local resources advisory committee, and then 7% for Title III. And we have some strict parameters on what can be distributed in various percentages, but this is the historical distribution. Before you, resolution 2023-042 has been prepared for your consideration with that historical 85-8-7 apportionment. However, like last year, if the board elects to go with an alternative apportionment, the resolution can be modified by motion. So finally, we were given very little time to get this item before you, just a matter of days. And so the deadline to submit our allocation back through the AOC and then to the state is today. So I'll be driving back to the road department and doing whatever you have me do here at the end of this discussion.
At least you don't have to drive to Salem. No.
Yeah, don't drive it over there.
I just want to thank you, Chris, for leading our road department. I know a couple of years ago I said, oh, could you please run ODOT? And you said, no, you really, because I just feel you are always at the top of your game. And we are so lucky. And I know there was a major accident yesterday and your team had to step up and clean up a bunch of asphalt where it wasn't supposed to be. So I really, really appreciate having you here in Deschutes County. Don't go to ODOT. Like I mean, honestly, we're very fortunate with your leadership. So thank you. And thank you for what you accomplished with the legislature this year. You were one of the wins.
Thank you for those kind words.
Well, it's really the truth. I'm glad to hear that you're saying we need to go back to what we did in prior years. We tried something and it's always good to try something, but I move approval of the resolution as it's written 2023-042, electing specific allocations for secure rural schools federal funding.
I'd like to discuss this a little bit more before we go to motions, so I won't be seconding that.
Okay.
I need to have comments, so please proceed.
Yeah. I very much appreciate the principle of maximizing dollars that come to county operations and county departments. However, I do believe that it is possible that these dollars, a small, 1 or 2% difference that we're talking about, could potentially have greater impact for our community and for our goals as a county, if allocated a little differently. I want to actually take China Hat Road as an example of this. So I think at this point, maybe all of us have participated in public land stewards cleanup operations. And that is exactly the kind of organization that could be supported with Title II RAC Resource Advisory Committee grant funds if we allocate more funds to that pool. As far as I know, the Forest Service has not yet run a cycle of Title II grant funding with the allocation that we made from last year. So those dollars are still there available, and they could be available moving forward. And just to be clear, just because Title II projects happen on federal lands, they're not Forest Service projects that we're providing funding for. They are projects that are most of the time proposed by community partners, groups like Public Land Stewards, that provide community benefits, but on federal lands. And that's why the resource advisory committees, which I think all of us were invited to apply to serve on, to dole out these monies. That's why the resource advisory committees exist. One other way that China Hat Road illustrates the way that Title II funds could come back and provide benefit to our communities that I think is particularly relevant right now is that these funds have also supported the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project historically. The DCFP used those dollars to bring together stakeholders, really different stakeholders around forest management, make recommendations to the Forest Service how fuels reductions treatments should be implemented in the wildland urban interface. And we are seeing, you two may be tracking this Cabin Butte project that is going to cover the China Hat Road area. So we see those those agreements about how to get fuels reduction done in a wildland urban interface area showing up in the NEPA plan for that Cabin Butte project. So there is an example of how Title II dollars can go to a community organization that basically delivers to the Forest Service the template for how to get fuels reduction work done. And that fuels reduction work is what is going to keep fire from reaching, will keep high severity fire from reaching people's homes in the China Hat Road area when the ignitions occur, which, as we know, they will occur. So those are just a couple of the, looking at China Hat Road in that way illustrates how spending money on Title II can deliver some pretty significant community benefits. I don't, I know that we want to maximize we want to deliver as much funding as possible to our roads program. But in this case, if we're talking 2%, $20,000 or $25,000, I don't think it's going to make a whole lot of difference at roads the way that it could for a community nonprofit like Public Land Stewardship. So that's my argument for continuing to do a little bit less than 85%.
Is there a specific proposal?
Since the money from last year hasn't not actually been granted out yet, maybe we could go to just 1%. So 84, 9, and 7. Is that what that one?
Math checks.
I support that. So just a slight change. Go ahead and make that a motion. And then-
So I would move approval of would it still be
Change to
resolution 2023-42?
Still be the same resolution number just with the modification that you propose.
Okay. Move approval of resolution number 2023-042 with modified allocations as discussed for secure rural schools federal funding.
So, yeah, Commissioner Dara, as I say, you made the motion real quick, and I knew that this was kind of what we did last year. It's just to
Right,
edit
and
it
it's, and that
slightly.
money's still sitting there.
And yeah, that is
Yeah.
frustrating.
No, that's what happens when money sits and then, how many will it be? How long will it be? And it'll still be sitting there. So,
You
yeah,
available for a second or?
no, I'm not.
So I'll second it. Yeah.
No.
Okay. As I say, I want to be a partner with our federal, and I do support federal projects on the lands. It is a shame that, it's a resource issue in many levels for the federal at this point, and I just understand that. So with a move and a second and the discussion, is there anything else?
Oh, I did have a very long extended conversation with Holly Jukes last night because we've had excessive number of fires in China Hat. I know the community down there is on pins and needles over all those fires. She said she was having a team that would be going camp to camp, talking about the people, the fact that they're not allowed to have any campfires, etc. They're bringing in extra law enforcement, and they are doing everything they can to ensure the safety of our neighborhoods surrounding China Hat. But we've already had so many issues. We had the almost 9-acre fire this weekend. So yeah, it's really, it's, as to quote Sandy Baxter, who had been police chief in Bend, this retirement, because she lives right down there, she had the bullets whizzed by her house head a couple months ago. She said this was not the retirement that she and her partner Mike thought they were going to be having. So it's a mess, but yeah, I just feel like, it sounded like Holly was bringing in a tremendous number of resources because she understands she is really on the hot seat. And then Eric King responded to her email about what the city's doing. And the city of Bend actually will have almost 500 beds available in the city. So they've definitely done a lot to bring up the number of beds, because we're hearing too, a RV in Lapine, the driver was told the attendant at the gas station that he was paid to bring over homeless from Portland. So here we are, we're trying to do all we can. And yet, if that's really part of the story, you know, we've got a bigger problem, and we're trying.
Thank you for those comments. Calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
No.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you. Okay, item number 13, consideration. So this is, a little bit heady, maybe. Consideration of an appeal for a hearings officer decision, a conditional use permit for an accessory dwelling on the multiple use agricultural zone.
Good
As I
afternoon.
say, I'm almost thinking we might want to take a break and get back into this. I mean,
Well,
I'm getting a little hungry.
yeah, so
we're almost
Either
done.
way.
okay, well, we'll proceed. I just acknowledging that. I'm just thinking, we got to think about this one pretty deep.
Yeah, hopefully it shouldn't be too long.
Okay.
But, good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you. For the record, my name is Hallie King, Associate Planner with Community Development. And this item before you this afternoon is a consideration of hearing an appeal of a recent hearings officer decision for a conditional use permit, which the request was to establish a manufactured home as a secondary accessory farm dwelling. The application file numbers are noted in the packet, but it's 247-23-000-162-CU. In this case, the hearings officer issued a denial of the application, and the property owners filed a timely appeal. And so now the request is in front of the board of whether they would like to hear the appeal or not. And just a quick background on the property. It's at 19825 Conarn Road. And it's home to the Tumalo Lavender Farm. It's about 2 miles north of Tumalo. The property is about 9.7 acres in size and is zoned multiple use agriculture. Again, the applicant's request in their application was a conditional use permit to utilize an existing manufactured home as a secondary accessory farm dwelling. The hearings officer public hearing was conducted on May 16th, 2023, with the denial issued on June 14th, 2023. And the hearings officer denial hinged on really one decision point in this case, and it was pertaining to the manufactured home regulations in Deschutes County Code 18-116-070. And hearings officer found that essentially a Class A manufactured home, which was what the proposal was wanting to use in this case, could only be established as a primary dwelling. Therefore, their request to use the Class A did not satisfy those requirements, and could not be used as an accessory farm dwelling in this case. So again, the appeal was filed by the applicant, Tumalo Lavender Farm, who requested that the board hear the appeal and conduct a limited de novo review. And they're in the application and the notice of appeal, they've outlined the specific decision points that they would request the board consider. And again, it's specifically pertaining to this regulation in 18-116 surrounding the different classifications of manufactured homes and what type of dwelling can be used in what scenario. So again, in front of the board today is the question of whether they would like to hear the appeal or not. And staff, we've kind of outlined the different options, and we've got 3 orders prepared on this decision point. And so if the board would like to hear the appeal, the second decision point is whether they would like to conduct a de novo review hearing or a limited de novo. And ultimately, it's up to the board on this item, but the applicant has requested limited de novo. And in this particular instance, it may make sense, again, just because the decision from the hearings officer was focused on this one code criterion. The hearings officer found that the application met the rest, all the other burden of proof, all the other code criteria, but except for this specific one. And so again, with that limited de novo review, the board must focus on those decision points as part of the hearing proceedings and would not be able to consider other evidence or testimony. Conversely, with a de novo review, you would be able to consider any other issue areas. And so with that, I'll kind of stop there, available for questions, but looking for that guidance from you.
So just terminology, class A, B, and C manufactured, is it truly just the square footage of the footprint?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, so that's one of the stipulations. Class A's are going to be the larger double wide.
Yeah, the difference between the classes. I mean, it's truly just the size.
Yeah, and there's a couple of things. So like a class C, you can have hitches on a trailer.
Wheels
It's kind of
on or
more of a
wheels off.
travel trailer size, whereas a class A is more similar to more what a single family dwelling might look like.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is something that was on the property when they bought it, like in 22.
Correct. Yeah. The existing manufactured home was permitted as a temporary medical hardship dwelling. Property was sold, it changed hands. That land use entitlement was extinguished. And so the new owners are obviously looking through this application to utilize it as this accessory farm dwelling.
Okay, this is where I bought my lavender. The people that owned it that sold it were actually from Hepner. And, this is a farm that works so hard in order to, provide a wonderful crop that actually is good because when it's raised here, it's much more acclimatized when you want to plant lavender, So anyway, I don't know, Holly. This is, it's close to my heart. I've shopped there. I haven't bought anything recently, but I do know their property. They've worked really hard on transferring it into a incredibly beautiful, beautiful lavender farm. So
this is a quasi judicial matter that we'd be reviewing, kind of the black and white of the code or the interpretation of the code. So any thoughts, Commissioner Chang?
It seems like the hearings officer's rationale, at least on this one specific criteria, is pretty clear, and I'm not going to second guess their legal judgment on that. So from that perspective, I'm not very interested in hearing this. But one other thing to consider, one other thing we need to consider with this is how many other cases or situations like this might there be? If we, it seems like if we go against the hearings officer's decision here, how big of a precedent are we potentially setting for others to do the same thing? And does CDD have any sense of that? Like how many similar size, similar zoned properties are there out there that are suddenly going to say, I want to put a class A manufactured home on, as a secondary dwelling on my property as well?
For the record, Will Groves, your planning manager. This is really rare. I think this is the second time it's come up ever. It's important, and I think you'll see in the record, staff had noted and participated in the process that this was, although the hearings officer's reasoning was sound and that the code forces, at least to the hearings officer's understanding, this conclusion, it was surprising to staff. If you look at the other reasons why Class C manufactured homes are allowed, it's because the code has a preference for not allowing them. It's trying to make sure that Class A and B manufactured homes, which are larger and also are required to have roofing materials of the type they're usually used for residences. So these things look more like homes. And so when you look how the code uses Class C, it basically said in some certain limited circumstances, while we have a preference for A and B, we will allow C because this use is important to us and we recognize that people might not have the economic resources to bring in a Class C. So it was surprising to staff that that the outcome of this was that a superior manufactured home, something that would be more compatible, be of more recent manufacture, look better in the neighborhood, was precluded. And at least to our reading of the code, or reading of the history, it appears that that was an unintended outcome. So the reason why you would want this Class C requirement is to force people into very small residences in specific circumstances. There doesn't seem to be evidence in the history of the code that that's the intention. So this appeal is, although I think it has limited application, I think it's a matter to which the applicant's asking you to exercise your interpretive. Were you to engage with it, you would be considering whether or not to exercise your interpretive deference on this matter in a place where it looks like cumulative code updates have produced an unintended outcome.
Well, on that Class A, Class C differentiation, I mean, isn't this similar to the principle behind the rural ADUs? Yeah, well, we want to allow another dwelling, but it needs to be small because if it's not small, then it may not serve the target population, which is more modest income family members or members of the workforce. Is that not kind of similar logic going on there?
We need to be careful to not enter into deliberations, and I'm trying to avoid that carefully. The Class C would continue to be allowed under this. So C is plainly allowed, and the question is, should A and B be allowed? And so it's requiring that these farm helpers be in a particular type of very small manufactured home, rather than having the option of using modern and kind of standard sized manufactured homes to support the farm operation. And it's certainly your logic is sound, and it's a conclusion that could reasonably be reached. It's just a question. It was surprising to staff that this is the cumulative effect of the code.
It also, in Class A and Class B, it says the roof needs to be including wood shakes. So you can tell how many times we've looked at this code it's have roofing materials of a type customarily used, including wood shakes. So, I tried to bring in a single wide manufactured home project, and I'm still working on that for next year, but you can tell that we haven't looked at this for a while. And honestly, this is housing for people that are working. If there's some way we can help them. I know that there was a transportation fine that the prior owners had to pay. That was a couple of years ago, because it was determined that they, weren't paying their SDC fees properly.
In support of the applicant's process, I'd be supportive of hearing this, and sounds like limited de novo is the suggested place to be. So just let you know.
I mean, after kind of hearing some of the complexity that we're dealing with here and the policy questions, I'd be open to hearing it.
Of course.
Okay, there we go.
I mean, really, these people are just, they bought an operation, and it's really wonderful for the community to have that lavender farm. So
there's an order number 2023-029. Yeah. So just mention that it's accepting the review.
Yeah, just to confirm, commissioners, sounds like Chair DeBonne, you mentioned limited de novo, if that's how you want to proceed.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
So if somebody wants to make that motion.
So I move the board will determine to hear the appeal of a hearings officer's decision on the conditional use permit to establish a secondary accessory farm dwelling in the multiple use agricultural zone, Deschutes County, file number 247-23-000-162-CU 23-516A.
Second.
Can I just clarify that that's also to, you're moving approval of order number 2023-029, and also to clarify if it will be heard limited de novo?
Okay.
You
So
agree with
move.
that? Okay.
So move.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded with clarity. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes.
So does that mean I have to recuse myself because I shop there?
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
want-
have that discussion.
I
Feel
know.
comfortable or,
Anyway. Well, I haven't shopped there for a little while, but they do have, it's a lovely lavender farm.
Thanks, commissioners, and we'll get this scheduled, coordination with scheduling and get it scheduled ASAP.
great, thank you. Item number 14, resolution increasing Fair and Expo Department impressed checking account.
Jeff is
Jeff
expecting,
might have been standing by for the last hour or.
the other day at the Fair Association meeting, he's saying that the farewell tour is expected perhaps up to like 80,000 for the 3 days. So
I wonder if all the hotel rooms in the.
they are full.
Yeah.
Don't try and get one. And yes, pretty amazing.
Then send the TRT up all by himself. And home rentals. Okay, welcome, Jeff. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for standing by. And please proceed.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you. Requesting approval of resolution 2023-044, which would be an increase to one of our fairground accounts, the Imprest account, which we use for the purchase of food and beverage products, primarily alcohol. The increase that we're asking for today would be utilized to purchase products for upcoming events, including Farewell Festival, as well as the annual county fair. We're asking for an increase from $35,000 to $650,000, which is a higher increase than we've traditionally utilized. The reasoning for that is because of the upcoming Farewell Festival, and this would cover the anticipated expense of the purchase of products for that event, which is coming up July 21st through 23rd. So in a few weeks. And then also would be utilized for the annual county fair at a smaller rate. These funds would then be remitted back to that same account following those events.
Great. So it's kind of been reviewed by finance and. Yeah. And the county administrator.
Yes, we've coordinated on this, and it certainly makes sense for all the reasons that Jeff has provided. It's just, as he mentioned, it's just a $35,000 increase from $615,000 to $650,000.
I can make a motion. Move approval of resolution number 2023-044, increasing the Fair and Expo Department's Imprest checking account for upcoming food and beverage activity.
I'll second the motion.
And for clarity, so this was a $35,000 account that's going to 650, or was a $615,000 account?
It is a $35,000 account going to 650, so a
Yeah, so it's-
$615,000 increase.
Yeah, so it's big change. That's fine. And that's the way I read the memo.
But you temporarily increase it on a regular basis, or this is just a one-time thing?
We increase it annually for the annual county fair, generally not to this level. I want to say that increase traditionally has been along the lines of $250,000 in increase. So this is a much larger increase than we've asked for in prior years. Again, that the reasoning behind that is because of the upcoming Farewell Festival. So in anticipation, working with our provider, that this is the expected expense that they'll need to meet the needs of the attendees coming to that event.
So Jeff, does this mean if food and beverage sales at Farewell Festival go well, then Fair and Expo will be the beneficiary, as opposed to with some events, there's a lot of I mean, there are a lot of individual businesses that are operating during events that are the beneficiaries.
Yes, there are multiple business partners that will be utilizing the funds that this is done. We use these to purchase primarily alcohol for sale. And so we utilize Oregon Beverage Service for the sale of those products as our management firm. And then we benefit from that. And then the organization, in the case of Farewell Festival, they have another third party that's involved that's familiar with festival operations that will also be involved in this in the sale of products during that event, as well as many small businesses that they've subcontracted with to provide that service.
Jeff, just be sure there's some non-alcoholic beverages. Honestly, I went to a couple of things and it's always, it's hard to find interesting non-alcoholic beverages. So, and there's a lot out there.
Like iced tea.
Yeah, like iced tea, passion fruit iced tea. Yes.
Okay, forgot who made the motion.
Commissioner Chang.
Okay, so calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Thank you. Good discussion.
Thank you.
So that's
Luck, Jeff.
the end of our published agenda items today. And looks like we can work our way into an executive session unless there's other items. If not, so at this time, we'll go into executive session under real property negotiations 1926602E